So let's call the meeting to order. Do we have any substitutions? That's all right. When they get here, they get here. Yeah. No subs. Any substitutions on the opposition sides?
David Kuhn for Kevin Arsenault.
David for Kevin. Perfect. So good morning, everybody. We have before us this morning the Department of Natural Resources, Deputy Minister Tom McFarlane appearing. Deputy, I would pass the floor over to you to introduce your staff and make any opening comments you wish to make.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's our pleasure to be here today. It seems like a short time. I think we were here just last fall, a few months ago, so not a lot has changed in the department, but certainly we've published a new annual report for 2021-22 fiscal year, so we're certainly interested in speaking to the activities of the department. It's certainly noteworthy that our department looks after a lot of the resources in our province and is responsible for a lot of resources in our province, and we have a dedicated and professional staff that are involved in that. Our staff try and strive to do the best that they can each day for New Brunswickers in managing those resources, and certainly their professionalism and their expertise is appreciated. With me today is Assistant Deputy Minister Kim Hamilton, Assistant Deputy Minister Chris Ward and Martha O'Sullivan, Acting Assistant Deputy Minister Jennifer Wells and Heather Quinn, and Director of our Financial Services Jenny May. So we certainly look forward to your questions today and hope that we can answer them as wholly and succinctly as possible. And certainly we've got a lot of information with us, but if we're missing information, we'll strive to get that to you as quickly as possible.
Deputy, it's pretty hard to compete with that heating system, isn't it, when we're speaking? So the questions happen in a 15-minute rotation, starting with the official opposition, over to government, and then to the third party. So that would put you, Monsieur Arsenault, first up for 15 minutes.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to the Deputy Minister and his staff for being here, and the presentation, the short introduction there. And I just want to, I go back when I see annual reports, I think of some of the reports that I used to do at school, and that you go to the district office, and quite often after they've been sent in, in hindsight, when you reread it, there's something maybe that you missed, or maybe there's an error in the report, maybe you should be a correction there, whatever. I'm just wondering, this report is probably almost a year old, I would think, March 2022. Okay, so it was developed earlier. I'm just wondering, is there any loose ends that you just want to mention that we should be aware of before? Is there are there any errors or omissions, so to speak, that type of deal? Thank you.
Thank you for the question. Certainly, the report takes a fair bit of time to construct. We've worked on it, during after the fiscal year ends and during the summer months. It was published, I believe, in December of last year, so just a few weeks old, and we have not identified any errors or omissions at this stage.
Thank you. My next question has to do with the maple syrup industry. As you know, it's a very important part of our economy. We're number 3 in the world, and they had that requested at some time, and I think it was 3 years ago. They've been waiting for 3 years, and it's very unlike the department. I know they take their job seriously, and I'm just wondering if you could give us when you expect to give them an answer, a positive answer, hopefully, and what, just reflect on that, please, a little bit.
Certainly. We've worked certainly with the maple syrup industry, and one of the things we discussed early on with the maple syrup industry was ensuring that their interest and their sector is represented when we're doing the larger plans for the landscape of the Crown land, which is the forest management plans. I think one of their complaints for many years has been that they have not been involved, and they were seen as more of an afterthought. So we've really incorporated their aspect of their sector, the growth that they're looking for, into the dialogue and discussions around our management planning. And that management planning is going through a process, so the fact that they're in that process, I think, is positive. We do anticipate that we're going to try to address some of their requests and needs to grow. And that's an activity that we're doing in conjunction with the Department of Agriculture, Aquaculture, and Fisheries. And we certainly expect in the coming months that we'll be in a position to make some announcements. But part of the delay, if you want to call it, I guess from the sector standpoint that they've experienced, is in that process we have a number of activities that we need to do to create a management plan, a forest management plan. Consultation with our First Nations is one aspect. And we've been very clear with the maple sector that that consultation is ongoing, and when that concludes, we'll be in a position to move forward with our management plan.
Thank you. The other, as a follow-up to that, I'm no expert in the maple syrup industry, but my understanding is they're starting to feel like islands in the forest. You know, that the cuttings are coming closer and closer and they're cutting into maple syrup territory or good maple syrup lands, and the longer it takes, the more difficult it will be. So that's my understanding. So I think time would be of the essence, and I hear you that there will be some announcements in the spring of the year. The other aspect, speaking of maple syrup, I guess the same questions could be asked about the blueberry industry. Have they asked for land, and where is that process, and when do you expect an announcement?
Certainly. Let me address the first part of your question. I'm not sure if there's a question or a comment, I guess, around maple stands. You know, one of the things that we have done as part of our exercise of incorporating the maple sector into our planning processes is we've done a significant effort of identifying all the potential maple stands on Crown land, and actually we've gone so far as to identify potential maple stands on private lands as well, because there is a huge opportunity on private lands for expansion of maple that's not being realized. So that's one of the areas I think that we would like to see going forward. But certainly the stands that I think maple sector is interested in, we have put some restrictions on those stands to ensure that some of them are protected. There's additional buffers around maple stands that are part of our process. So we have taken measures, I think, to ensure that the interest of the maple sector is being protected as we move forward with all of our forest strategies. Regarding blueberries, we work closely with the Department of Agriculture, Aquaculture, and Fisheries in terms of blueberry development, and really most of the requests, or all of the requests, go through that department. And then we'll work with them if there's any lands that need to be transferred, because generally we transfer it to DAF when they want to expand or work on blueberries. They tend to be a very different land base than certainly the maples, and same type of process. We factor in the impacts on other sectors if we're looking to expand blueberries.
Thank you very much for those answers. My next question has to do with SMRs. And I know the province has reached an agreement in conjunction with Ontario and Saskatchewan, Alberta, in relation to those modular reactors. Under the agreement, though, it seems that Ontario has leaped ahead of most of the provinces, including New Brunswick, with regards to its development. The projects are moving at a faster pace. It seems that the benefits for suppliers in our province are not very, the economic opportunities are not really there. We're falling behind. And could you explain to us what you're planning to ensure that New Brunswick companies have a shot at and opportunities to get some economic benefit? Because that's part of this project is not only to create power and energy and whatever, but also there are some economic spin-offs, and we would like to benefit from them. So what are we doing to ensure that New Brunswick-based companies have a feel for that economic benefit.
Thank you for your question, and I think it's an important one for New Brunswickers to understand in terms of SMR or energy development in our province. You know, we certainly see energy, or the direction that we need to go in energy is energy transformation that's taking place globally, and certainly here in the province. Finding cleaner energy sources is something that not only, pardon the pun, can power a province, but certainly power our economy. And I think we're very focused on that. I guess I would disagree with a part of your statement where Ontario has leaped ahead. We often talk about SMRs as one type of energy source. And I equate SMRs to an automobile, talking about an automobile. You know, there's everything from a semi-tractor trailer automobile to a very small car type of thing. Ontario is moving forward rapidly with what we call a Stream 1 SMR, which is a different technology than what we're looking for out of the SMR developers here in this province. And that was part of the MOU that was discussed. There's different streams. There's you know, the SMRs, there's advanced SMRs, there's micro SMRs. And, you know, New Brunswick, I think, is still leading the advanced SMR development. We've got 2 proponents here in the province that are making great advancements and showing very good promise in terms of getting their certifications and having the products that we're expected to do. As far as the value chain and making sure that our suppliers in New Brunswick are able to participate in that, we've held a what is it called? Market supply chain symposium last year. I don't have the exact date, but very well attended by New Brunswick companies. And there's another one scheduled for this year. Again, making sure that our industries are ready to support and supply the products that are going to be needed into the SMR sector. Supply chain event, I think is what it was called.
Thank you. I noticed earlier when you answered the question with maple syrup, you mentioned about doing some consultations with the First Nation. And I'm just wondering if if the department has a special process in place, a mechanism, a formal process in place, what happens and what type of consultation, who do you consult with? Quite often, and when I listen to some of the other departments and they consult with First Nations, they say they're consulting with the department, the Aboriginal Affairs Department, Indigenous Affairs. Who do you consult with, and is it a formal consultation? Thank you.
Well, certainly, and I think it's an excellent question to clarify. We work with the Department of Aboriginal Affairs. They have the lead, or take the lead on helping ensure that we're conducting the duty to consult in a proper manner, and that it's done right for both, you know, government and for our First Nation communities. So I wouldn't say that we consult with the Department of Aboriginal Affairs as much as we work with them very closely on any of our consultation process. When we consult with communities. We followed their lead in terms of when we do an impact assessment as to whether the duty is triggered and you know, what kind of conversations transpires out of that. And you know, just yesterday I think we had a full session with all of the communities in New Brunswick represented. So you know, we consult with the communities themselves, and normally with chiefs or their representatives.
Yeah, I'm surprised that there is no real formal mechanism, and because that's one of the issues, I guess, out there. We know it's a matter of probably public knowledge that the relationship between First Nations and this government is very weak, and with the department, it's weak as well, and that's part of the issue. And so quite often, as I said, other departments are consulting with the Department of Aboriginal Affairs. Well, there has to be a direct consultation with First Nations. The territory that we're talking about in the province of New Brunswick is unceded and unsurrendered. Has been, that's a legal opinion. That's in the courts of Canada. And so I'm surprised that there's no real mechanism in each department, actually. It could be coordinated by the overall or reporting back up, but when you talk about natural resources, that would be one that would be very, very important to have. And it might be able to, this department might be the key to improving relations in a proper way and might add to that. I notice in the report, First Nations is not mentioned at all. It's not one, and I'm sure it's not an intentional omission or whatever. Maybe we didn't have any activity or that, but you did mention some consultations, and I think that all departments have a responsibility to do that consultation on their own, and then feed in. If it's the same department doing the consultations on behalf of you, and I know you will have some input. They're not doing it independently of you, but I know you will have some input. We're going to end up with the same result, poor relationship. So I'm just wondering, is there a committee, even in your department, is there a desk, a secretariat within your department that has that relationship now, or is it just through you as deputy minister?
So I guess, to be clear, we do have a process. We follow the duty consult process as laid out by government. So each individual department does not create their own process in terms of consultation, and we don't have a dedicated team. That's where we rely on working with the Department of Aboriginal Affairs. And their expertise, because they're involved in those discussions on a daily basis. But when a different sector, if it's a forestry sector, we have our forestry staff involved in those discussions. If it's our fish and wildlife sector or our crown lands or energy sector, those staff are involved in the discussions with First Nations. I will add, we have very good discussions with First Nation communities about different sector issues, initiatives, and direction. And it is at the staff level in the department that we have those discussions, and it's under the guidance or consultation and discussion with Aboriginal Affairs to ensure that we're all doing it right. We are trying to, I think if you've heard the slogan, we are trying to work as one government, as opposed to a number of individual fractured elements within government. So, that's part of the notion of we'll all do this together, as opposed to individual departments doing their own initiatives. Because then we would have to staff up and get expertise, I guess, to the level that every department would have to do it. And I think it probably makes more sense to have that expertise centralized, and then we will fulfill our duty through that exercise.
Right. Thank you.
Mr. Wetmore, over to you for the next 15 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and I'd like to again welcome the department to public accounts. When I was elected in 2010, my first file was with Natural Resources, and it was through private woodlots. And here I am almost, 12 years later, and still fighting that battle. So today I'd like to start off with going over the summary of recommendations from the Office of the Auditor General. So if you want to just turn to page 21. So I noticed on 2.69, we recommend the department fully exercises its oversight authority over energy efficient programs delivered by NB Power. Could you please tell me, what role did your department take in the heat pump program?
So I think you're referring to the, certainly it's got dubbed the heat pump program, but the Enhanced Energy Efficiency Program, and I should clarify, it is much more than heat pumps. The program actually involves an assessment on residents, residential homes, and through that assessment, essentially, there could be a heat pump if needed, installed in that residence. There could be insulation taking place, because it doesn't make a lot of sense to put a heat pump in if you're losing all the heat out through your house. And there could be air sealing, again, trying to make sure that you make the structure more energy efficient overall. So that are the three key elements, I guess, associated with that energy efficiency program. Our role in that was largely to provide the funding through to the utility and the energy efficiency group within the utility to expand that program. The other aspect of that expansion was to targeting lower income households. So we did establish a threshold of, I believe it's 70,000 of household income. Anyone below that threshold is eligible after the assessment for free installation of either a heat pump or the installation or the air sealing. Above that threshold, there is still a program, and I think a number of people miss the fact that there is still a program, an energy efficiency program. Anyone with above that threshold of income will have to pay a nominal amount for an assessment, and will have to contribute to the installation of any of the activities associated with energy efficiency.
So who is looking after the scheduling and setting out? I guess the first step would be to get accepted into the program, I guess you'd call it. So who's taking care of all of that?
That would be MB Power, who has the efficiency services group under there.
Well, we have them in next week, so I won't belabor that too long then, Tom. Or I'm sorry, Mr. McFarland. So if I go to 4.107, we recommend the department comply with the Crown's Forest Act and reestablish an advisory board. So when I look at the actions taken, is that board going to be in place for March or April the 1st, 2023?
We've done a lot of work around that board and I guess around that recommendation over the last year. And we are in a position, I think, in the very near future to be advertising for positions on that board. Okay. So we expect to move forward and have that in place in the near future.
Okay, so the board's not going to be in place for April the 1st?
We're hopeful we can have it in place for April 1st, but...
How many positions are we going to be looking for on the advisory board?
7 positions is what we're
7 positions?
anticipating.
And you said that you're going to be sending out sort of a request in the next little while?
Yeah, it'll come through the normal ABC
Right.
process for government appointments to boards and commissions.
So we're behind schedule on that. If I turn the next page to 22, the recommendation's not implemented. And when I look at the ones that aren't implemented, and then I look at considerations, like that almost tells me that I think maybe we might be ignoring the Auditor General. So 4.51, we recommend the Department of Natural Resources and Energy Development develop a comprehensive Crown timber royalty rate setting manual that includes at a minimum and so. The department is committed to developing the royalty rate setting manual in 22-23 in time for our 23-24 fiscal. So is that going to be in place for the 1st of April?
Yes, it's in a draft form at this point, and we're doing some final edits, so we are anticipating that will be ready on time.
Okay, so if it's in draft form and it should be ready to come out soon, I'm going to ask that you table it with the clerk, if you wouldn't mind, so we can have a copy of that.
Yes, we can certainly table it. We'll have to have
Thank
it, make sure it's translated, I guess, in time for the tabling.
So 4.76, we recommend the Department of Natural Resources and Energy Development clearly define what fair market value means in the context of Crown Forest Lands and Forestry Act, either through regulatory changes or departmental. Again, you know, it doesn't seem to be done. Is that going to be part of the 2023, the manual?
Yes, we'll be addressing that recommendation as well through that manual and make sure that's addressed in that.
Okay. It seems to me the last time that you were in before the committee, we had a discussion about stumpage rates on Crown land. And we were told that the stumpage rates did go up on products. But what we weren't told is stumpage rates did go down on some products. If I understand that correctly, am I correct? Did stumpage rates go down on some of the Crown lands?
You're correct that we did talk about, in this fiscal, we increased timber royalty rates. There was one product, softwood pulpwood, that went from about $7 to $3. That represents about 3%, 3 to 5% of the volume that's transacted on Crown land. So we did speak generally to say timber royalties went up, because it's true that the absolute value of timber royalties went up from about 70 million or so to over 95 million. So timber royalties went up, that one product that represents a very small volume. The other thing that I will say is that softwood pulpwood, we also have classified as OSB, Oriented Strand Board. And that value actually went up by quite a bit. It went from about $7 to about $16, which represents way more volume than that small amount that did go down. So that's the breakdown.
Right. So have we come up with a mechanism now that we'll see prices change a little more often? Did I see here that you didn't change your prices last year?
So the answer is yes. I believe that we are on track to meet all of these commitments, because we've made a major change to the way that we define timber royalties. We just passed in the legislature this fall the Private Woodlot Sustainability Act. And that act charges a upward adjustment on Crown timber royalties that is based on the performance of commodities. So we will not only have the fair market value portion of timber royalties, which is the value on private lands, as defined by a survey that was conducted by the commission. That will become the base, so what private woodlot owners are getting for their wood when they decide to sell it, plus an upward adjustment that's based on the performance of commodities. So the final recommendation here, 4.1.02, which recommends that we make more frequent adjustments of timber royalties, that act does just that. It allows us to change the total value of timber royalties on a monthly basis rather than an annual basis. And that monthly change is driven by the performance of the various commodities.
Okay. So then, just to make sure, private woodlot owners can feel comfortable knowing that if we're seeing an upward market, that on a monthly basis, that the prices could very well increase.
The answer to your question is yes. We can depend that when there are spikes in commodity prices, the value of timber royalties will go up, so that's true. The other thing that private woodlot owners, I think, are excited about is that act that we passed in the legislature this fall creates a special purpose account where that money, that upward adjustment, goes into a fund to improve private woodlot management. So it creates the private woodlot sustainability fund. So the upward adjustment that is based on the performance of commodities gets reinvested in private land to improve engagement, extension services, silviculture protection, et cetera.
So just to make sure I get it correct, that fund is from private woodlots only, and has it got anything to do? Pardon me?
For private woodlots
Oh,
only.
For private. So it will be for all wood cut in New Brunswick, so anything that comes off Crown and sort of corporate?
That's right. So every cubic meter that's cut on the Crown Forest has a timber royalty applied. The timber royalty will have a portion, based on commodity performance, that is invested in private land.
Okay. No, that's good for me for right now. I know I got a couple minutes left, but I think for the sake of continuity and keeping it flowing, we'll pass it over to the third party.
Thank you very much, member.
Yeah,
Mr.
that
Kuhn, over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Mr. McFarland and staff. Just to kind of frame this up, I'd like to do at the outset of these meetings is this committee is all about accountability and specifically about how a department expends the tax dollars that are voted in your budget by this legislative assembly to ensure that they're expended effectively, efficiently, and to follow up on the Auditor General's recommendations as Mr. Wetmore was doing. So as part of that, we have a couple of documents to work from. One is your annual plan. The annual plan provided for in the Accountability and Continuous Improvement Act is supposed to lay out goals and objectives to be met during this fiscal period, and then theoretically we're supposed to be able to look through your annual report and determine whether those goals and objectives have been achieved. The annual plan is supposed to be posted on your website. When I went looking for it, I couldn't find it for the year in question, and maybe it's just my internet skills are not what they need to be, but is your annual plan for this 21-22 fiscal year posted on your website?
No, I don't believe our mandate letter is posted on our website.
Well, that would be separate. The mandate letter actually, in law, is not required to be posted on your website. Some of us might like to see it there, but the annual plan is supposed to be posted on your website, right? The section 4.2 of the Accountability and Continuous Improvement Act says the annual plan shall set out the goals and objectives to be met during the period covered by the plan, taking into account direction of the government, mandate of the department, financial resources that you have through the budget, as well as identifying performance measures specific to the goals and objectives set out in the plan. It's extremely difficult for us to do our work in holding the department accountable and how it uses tax dollars if we don't know what those goals and objectives in the plan are, or the performance measures set out to evaluate those goals and objectives. So why is the plan not available as it's required to be under law?
I'm not aware as to why we haven't published an annual plan. We've operate generally from our mandate letter, and I guess I thought they were made public centrally, and I'm told they are not public, but we have not produced an annual plan. I don't know if other departments have produced an annual plan. I'm not aware of any.
Well, it's actually the law. So we can ask department by department whether they've actually produced their annual plan. I'm having difficulty finding any evidence that they exist, but I'm not going to prejudge other departments. So this, without the annual plan, this makes, makes our job, let's say, a little more challenging. So let's, and the, you know, the annual report is pretty thin, given the size of the department and its responsibilities. But let me start with specific questions. So in the annual report, it points out that the Forest Planning and Stewardship Branch leads the conservation effort for the province's biodiversity, something a lot of New Brunswickers care about. That there is a biodiversity section, I believe, within the Forest Planning and Stewardship Branch. Is that right?
Yes, there is.
So how many people are employed in the biodiversity section of the Forest Planning and Stewardship Branch?
So I don't have the exact number for you, but certainly we can get you the exact number. I think, as Chris is indicating, we think it's about 10 of permanent staff, as well as we have a number of contract individuals working on things like our Nature Legacy program and whatnot. So
in the annual report, it indicates that New Brunswick was the chair of the Canadian Council of Forest Ministers. So this is a federal, provincial, territorial council like exists for many ministers and files. There is no mention in the annual report of the federal, territorial, provincial ministers responsible for conservation of wildlife and biodiversity, which is a separate one. Well, who from the department sits on that? I'm assuming it's the minister, but let me know.
So we are the chair of the Canadian Council of Forest Ministers, the CCFM. We will be hosting all of the forestry ministers later this year in New Brunswick, and very excited to do so. But we participate on other FedProv committees, and certainly the Wildlife, Biodiversity and Conservation one is one that we participate in as well.
Okay, because that's convened by whatever they call Environment Canada these days. And so
ECCC,
the department is the participant from New Brunswick. Okay, so they met on June 30th, 2021. I looked it up because I didn't see any mention of it here. So in that fiscal year, and it indicated that New Brunswick is the co-chair of the ministers responsible for Conservation, Wildlife and Biodiversity Council, co-chair of its Conservation, Wildlife and Biodiversity Steering Group. So who's the co-chair from New Brunswick for that?
That would be Chris Norfolk within our department.
Okay, so Chris Norfolk, that's great. And surely it's an exciting time for the department and for Mr. Norfolk to be in that position because of finally the implementation, particularly gained speed of the pan-Canadian approach to transforming species at risk conservation in Canada. Again, there was nothing in the annual report about this, so I went looking. It's a game changer, as they say. Because the ministers in 2018, I think it was, 2019, signed on to an initiative which really represents a paradigm shift in conservation for Canada and all its provinces and territories, moving from a single species approach to a multi-species and ecosystem approach. So it's tremendously, well, it signals real progress in terms of how conservation is going to be carried out. So in this fiscal year, interestingly enough, the first sort of tangible results of that were launched in the selection of 11 priority places for species at risk across Canada. One of those 11 priority places is here in New Brunswick. So it's represented by the Wolastoq, well, 50% of the Wolastoq St. John watershed, about almost 3 million hectares of land and water, I guess, representing 40% of the province's land base. So that's a pretty big deal, it seems to me, in the national context, to have in this very first initiative of this new approach to conservation, to have this priority place selected from New Brunswick. It was selected because the area is among the most biodiverse in all of Atlantic Canada and contains the highest density of species at risk in the province. 33 species identified by the federal government as at risk, 16 birds, 3 mammals, 4 plants, 6 insects, 1 lichen, 3 reptiles, and that doesn't touch the aquatic species. So, as I said, the annual report is silent on the significance of this sea change in conservation and the selection of this significant part of New Brunswick as a priority place in the national context. So I've got to ask, what is the conservation strategy for this priority place for species at risk in New Brunswick? What is the department planning to do?
The annual report on page 9 does speak to our success in 2021 of species at risk. So you'll see that there's a number of species listed there and what we did in each part of the act. But I won't speak to those specifically. So you'll see on page 9, 10 species were assessed by the committee on the status of species at risk. 11 species had feasibility of recovery assessments. 4 had recovery strategies or management plans, and 1 had a new regulatory protection. That we see as a successful year for species at risk. If you look prior to 2021, we were really falling behind on species at risk. And what we've done, we received money to hire 2 additional staff and really put resources to the Species at Risk Act. It's a regulatory burdensome act. Everything goes into the regulation, which means that we go to government and there's a regulation making, but we've seen a lot of success, and it's because every year now we create a species at risk action plan. So we lay out what are the species that we're going to put through the act that year, and there's phases of the act. First, a species goes to the committee on the status of species at risk. Those are scientists. They look at the status of the species. That goes to the minister, and we ultimately take it to government to update the status in the regulation. So that's a process. Once the species status is updated, then we say, okay, well, what's the recovery plan? And once we do that, then we say, okay, well, what's the protection assessment? What kind of protections are required? So essentially what we try to do is put 10 to 15 species through those steps each year. And that's our action plan. And we had an action plan in 2020 that we were successful on, and it's noted here in the annual plan. We have another action plan this year, which has 10 or 12 species in it that we're going to try again to do the same thing, start putting those through the act. We have some catch up to do. There's no 2 ways around it. And, we've got extra staff, we've got focus, we've got a process, and I think staff are doing a really good job at gaining ground on this.
Well, indeed, you have a legal obligation to continue that single species approach under the legislation in New Brunswick. That's for sure, and I well understand the legal obligations that your department has there. But what I was asking about was what is the plan of the department in terms of initiating a conservation effort for this priority place for species at risk, a large part of the Wolastoq watershed that has a multi-species and ecosystem approach under this pan-Canadian approach to transforming species at risk conservation in Canada, to move away from that, not move away, but in addition to that single species approach that you're obligated to take under legislation, under New Brunswick's legislation, this represents a new front in the conservation effort. So what's the plan?
Yeah, certainly. I mean, we are excited about what ECCC's done there. I mean, they frame it as 3 parts: priority species, priority spaces, and priority sectors. One of the things that we've linked on is to the forestry priority sector. And we do have money that's coming in from the federal government, so we've partnered, we've formed an agreement, and it's called the Forest Sector Species at Risk Project. So it's part of this new initiative from the federal government. It's got 2 goals. One goal is to advance the protection of species at risk and their habitats within industrial forests of New Brunswick, and then 2, achieve better recovery outcomes and reduce uncertainty. And there's 12 species involved. I can list the species if you like. There's birds, turtles, trees, and lichens, but that's the focus, and we have a staff member that's working on that project with ECCC.
Okay, well, thank you for that information. If you could provide a copy of that agreement to the clerk's office, they would distribute it to the committee, it would be appreciated. Now, part of the, and so you say there's, so someone has the lead there, who would be the lead?
Well, we've got contract staff. Adam Hadley was leading it right up until recently, but I can get the latest name of the person. This is money coming in from the federal government, so it's not permanent money. It's difficult to hire permanent staff, so we typically hire contract biologists for this work, who come in, they work on the project, and they deliver.
Okay, and so part of the uniqueness of this initiative is to engage in a substantive way with First Nations whose territory the priority place would be. In this case, it would be the Wolastoqey. So who is the liaison for the Wolastoqey First Nation on this agreement you're speaking about?
So there's another agreement, which is the space, the priority place, which is the Woolastoq, the St. John River Valley. And I believe it's, I can't think of the name, Patricia, yeah, no, with the Woolastoqey. I'll have to get you the name. I'm not in this project myself, so I'll have to get you the names of the Woolastoqey who are involved. But we are part of the Priority Place project as well.
Yes, I know.
Remember, thank you. Mr. Arsenault.
Yes, thank you, Chair, and I just want to go back, go back to a First Nations comment and whatever, and just wondering, my colleague here mentioned agreements, and in an answer, agreements came up. How many resource sharing agreements do we have that have been signed with First Nations, and are there any other additional agreements being negotiated at this time?
Okay. Well, I think the only one in the department falls in the forestry division, and that is a commercial harvest agreement that we have with First Nations. The terms of that agreement are that First Nations are allocated about 5% of our wood supply, and the royalties are returned on that wood to First Nations.
The royalties are returned, so that it has nothing to do with the tax agreements that are going to be canceled for the First Nations? That wouldn't have an impact on that agreement?
That's right. As the wood gets harvested, it gets scaled, the industry pays for it, we take those royalties and we return them to the First Nations.
Okay. What percentage of the department have employees, First Nation employees? Do we have that figure?
We don't, I'm not aware. We don't keep track of, backgrounds or ethnic origin of any of our employees.
Okay, thank you. My next question has to do with the Baldoon coal plant. It's slated for closure, I guess, for removal of coal by 2030, I believe. What role is your department playing in replacing energy development for that sector? It's an economic driver in the north as well. It's based at the Port of Baldoon as well. It's going to have a large economic impact negatively. It also is going to have a large impact on the energy supply in our province, as you no doubt are aware, and it produces cheap power now. So what basically, what are the alternate uses of this facility that you're exploring? Is there a task force? Is there an urgency to this matter? I know it's in 2030, but that comes fairly quickly, and to have a replacement in place and going by that time is not something that happens overnight. So I'm just wondering if you could update the committee on this. Thank you.
So there's a number of places to go, I guess, the things to cover in your question, and an excellent question, because it is an important asset, an important part of our energy supply in the province. You know, the province is, I think, working on a number of fronts. You've mentioned SMRs. Certainly that's one of the potential aspects that could provide additional power or replacement power for Baldoon. As you are well aware of, the province is participating in discussions with the federal government on Atlantic Loop. Again, providing a supply of energy into the province potentially, or a corridor potentially for energy to be exported out of the province. So there's pros and cons around Atlantic Loop. In terms of the assessment of the Baldoon facility, the utility is still conducting an assessment of alternatives, is my understanding, with Baldoon, exploring such things as other fuel sources like biomass or other elements. And I have not seen the results of that assessment yet, but certainly they're looking at what options are available for Baldoon to get off of coal and to look at other sources. As you're probably well aware of, New Brunswick has named an energy secretariat, and part of the role of the energy secretariat is to coordinate a number of activities. So we're exploring avenues of energy sources like hydrogen and where that could fit into the mix, and working closely actually with the Port of Baldoon and different options around energy sources there, and what that could mean for the port and economic activity around the port.
Okay, do you have a specific group besides this energy secretary you mentioned, but is there a group in your department dedicated to finding a replacement there?
No, it's not a dedicated group. We have an energy group that works within our department. We work closely with the Department of Environment and Local Government and the Climate Change Secretariat and their resources. We work closely with ONB as well in terms of their expertise in terms of development and whatnot. And the Energy Secretariat really helps play a coordination role of all those departments, and along with the utility. Certainly the utility has the lead on this and is and the expertise, quite frankly, in terms of the facility and what it's capable of, or what it's capable of being transformed to.
Okay, thank you. Next question has to do with the mine closure, Caribou Mines. When we talk about mine closures, we talk about environment, rehabilitation of the site. When a mine closes, we always talk about reclamation of the land, and that goes with any major industry in the province, and anything that closes, I guess. I know the same thing happened in downtown Dalhousie with our mill and the mill in Bathurst, and some sites are better rehabilitated than others. And so I'm just wondering, what role does your department have to do with the closing of the Caribou mine, the reclamation, the environment, post-closure, things of that nature, and who pays for that?
So I guess there's a number of elements to your question that try to address each aspect of. Firstly, the mine that we're talking about is not, I guess, officially closed yet. It's in a care and maintenance mode. We remain hopeful and interested if there's other operators of that mine. Certainly the current current operators went into some financial trouble this year, or the past year, as is well known, and is going through a process where a receiver is being appointed, and we'll go through that process in the coming weeks, and we are involved in that process. When a mine closes, I think I'll talk maybe a bit more hypothetically in terms of that, because our interest in that mine is hopefully to find someone to continue on the operations at the mine and not see that close. But when a mine closes, we work with the Department of Environment in terms of the environmental aspects of it. We develop, our department takes a lead role in that. We develop a reclamation plan for a mine that ensures that any of the environmental aspects are being addressed, and that's generally funded from funds that are collected while the mine is operating. If indeed that's both departments have funds that are contributed to that. If indeed those funds are sufficient, and if the funds aren't sufficient enough, then the cost of that reclamation would fall on additional dollars from government, yes.
So I'm led to believe that the 1/3 of the fund would come from the company, but if it's going in receivership, that's $0, and 2/3 would be the responsibility of the province of New Brunswick. Has there been an idea of what that cost would be to reclaim that site? Is there anything on record? What is the estimate? I know you can't.
Yeah, I think what you're referring to is the arrangement when Trevally, New Brunswick, took over the mines. One of the discussions at that time, and I wasn't involved in those discussions, but one of the discussions at that time was what liabilities they would carry from the previous owners and previous operators.
Mm-hmm.
So that's where the kind of the 2/3 and the 1/3 portions were born. The province has carried the 2/3 liability portion. Trevally, New Brunswick was to carry the 1/3, and that's where their deposits that are on file, or the monies that we have on securities contributes to that 1/3. But again, anything that's short of the full 1/3 will be added to the department's and the province's liabilities associated with mine reclamation.
I'm told the estimates are $49 million to reclaim that site in a report that you should have.
So our portion is right now on our books. It's been, I think, on the books for a number of years now, and it gets indexed with CPI, is close to $42 million. Is the liability associated with the Caribou, the Restigouche, and the Half-Mile mines, so all three of those combined. Again, we've got deposits or securities on deposit from Trevally for a portion of theirs. So through this process that we will go through, we will be assessing what those securities are, what any additional liabilities are, and adding to that $42 million based on what the numbers work out.
The mining regeneration fund, or what fund? Like, if I just continue on, if I look in your annual report for the year that it's in question, now I know the Caribou mine wasn't closing, but there are other mines from time to time. I think we have other mines in the province of New Brunswick that you have to plan for, that at some event may happen. But the mine reclamation is $250 million. Is that that correct? Is that on page 14 of your report, you have a line there, mine reclamation. Is that the amount there? Is that where that fund would come from, to pay for the 49 million or whatever?
So my understanding of the line item there is associated with accounting practices of what needs to be added on our books for that fiscal year.
So the fund that you were talking about having 42 million, where is that in here?
That shows up in the province's liabilities on the province's books.
So it's not in your department's books?
No.
So how about the water treatment on the site? That would not, once the site is reclaimed, it's nothing, that has to continue, the water treatment. How long will it continue? What will the annual cost be for that site? The projected annual cost?
So again, water treatment is currently taking place on the site with the current operators. As we work through this process of the receivership and whatnot, we are working closely with them. Water treatment will continue to take place. If there's reclamation, again, if the mine continues to operate, then we would look at new operators to take that on and operate it. If there are no operators, I guess, identified, and we move into a reclamation of the mine, then we would have a plan, develop a plan, I guess, in terms of continuing either water treatment for as long as necessary or reclaim sites, and when water treatment is not necessary, we would stop doing it, obviously. The cost of that is not known at this point. Again, we need to do an assessment and a reclamation plan in terms of developing what those costs would be. Certainly, we think it will be in the order of probably $1 million a year in terms of treating the water as it exists today, in terms of as the facility exists today. But again, if the mine is not going to operate, we would look to produce a plan to address the issue and hopefully reduce the costs of that on an ongoing basis. And if successful in reclamation, as you say, it would go to zero when we were reclaimed.
Deputy, thank you, member. Ms. Wilson, over to you.
Thank you, and good morning. And before I start with my couple of questions, I just want to thank you and your staff for ongoing professionalism. Anytime I ever call myself for questions or on behalf of my constituents, we always get a prompt response, and your department's always there to help, which is very much appreciated. So first question, with reference to electric vehicles. It says in the report that due to supply issues in 2021-22, there were limited EVs available. So is the commitment to have 20,000 electric vehicles on New Brunswick roads by 2030 obtainable?
First, thank you for the comments about staff. I would agree, staff are very professional, and they strive every day to answer, I guess, questions as clearly and succinctly as possible and address issues and needs. And as I said in my opening remarks, the resources are vast in this province, and with vast resources, it comes with all kinds of interest and certainly all kinds of issues and things to look at. So I appreciate the comments. We do think the electric vehicle target is attainable. Certainly there was a slow start. The downturn in vehicles in general is probably the biggest culprit in terms of a slow start to it. And the province adding to the subsidies associated with electric vehicles, I think, has seen great interest, but finding vehicles was a challenge. We've seen that shift. I'm hopeful the shift holds in probably the last fall, and currently there are more electric vehicles showing up in the province and coming to the province, and we're seeing our numbers increase significantly. So we're very hopeful that that holds, and it's really the biggest culprit is supply chain. So as long as supply chain can hold, I think we're comfortable that we can still hit those targets.
Wonderful. Okay, thank you. NRED claims that in 2022-23, they expect an increased uptake in incentives. So one, do you see this happening, and what are those current incentives, and do you think they're enough?
Good morning. So yeah, we have seen significant growth, particularly since October of this year. So in all of last year, well, actually the program wasn't launched until June last year, and dealerships and places had to get ready for the incentive. So we had about 289 EV incentives processed last year, but since the launch, we're up to 763. So it's more than doubled this year, and that we have until the end of March to kind of finish out this year. So, and we also offer home charger incentives for people to put in a faster charger. So there's a $750 home charger incentive. When you buy your vehicle, you can apply for that once it's installed. And then the incentives for the vehicles themselves match the federal incentives. So I believe it's $5,000 per battery electric vehicle, $2,500 for a plug-in hybrid, and there is an incentive for used EVs as well, which I think is about $2,500 for battery electric and $1,000 for plug-in hybrids.
Okay.
And then you also get the federal incentive.
Right.
So.
Yeah, and no doubt easy, accessible, and available online to find out anything you need, yeah.
Yeah, it's there's a link on our website, and MB Power has a
Okay,
full set of.
Great. With reference to workplace accidents, under performance outcomes, the department has seen a continued improvement in safety with another reduction in the recordable incident rate for workplace accidents. Is there any more room for improvement?
I'm glad you raised that point, because it's something I think we're particularly proud of, and it's you know, it's throughout the department. It's the responsibility of everyone in the department, and it's something that everyone in the department has, I think, stepped up and taken more serious. We did have a high, you know, relatively speaking to other comparable jurisdictions, a high recordable incident rate in our department. The nature of our work, a lot of our work is in the field, firefighting, we're out in the woods and on the landscape, so there's a danger associated with that. There's an element of accidents that happen. And we've really taken it right at the senior level and right through the organization, started having meaningful conversations about health and safety, about taking precautions, and really trying to remove the either the stigma or the notion of reporting a near accident or an incident that almost took place. People were not reporting it, and then, you know, it really only got recorded when something serious happened. We'd have a recordable incident. So we weren't really putting in action plans to prevent things from happening. until we start talking about it. And I'm extremely proud of the department for the conversations that are taking place on a daily basis, and certainly around our huddles and our boardrooms about how we are doing on health and safety and making sure that we have a safe work environment for all of our staff. It includes office staff, it includes, walking across the parking lot on a slippery day and how we can take precautions. And I think that's been the result of the change that we've seen. And I do believe there's room for additional improvement, because I think we'll just get better and better at it.
Wonderful. Thank you. Last question. On page 12 under Mineral Resources Division, your department provided approximately $462,000 in assistance to junior mining companies to help fund 20 exploration projects and approximately $282,000 to 52 prospectors through the New Brunswick Exploration Assistance Program. Just wondering what the outcome was, the result of that investment.
So this is a program, I think, that's been in place for a number of years in our department, and it supports prospectors and junior miners throughout the province. And I think, as you indicated, the numbers are there in terms of projects and whatnot. Our assessment is for every dollar that we're spending from a prospector standpoint, we're seeing a return of almost twice that dollar, so about, our calculation is about $1.78. And for the junior miners, we're seeing a return of about $6 for every dollar that's spent. So I think it's an important activity to continue to support, and it allows those prospectors and miners to both leverage those funds and to conduct, exploration activities in our province.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. Appreciate your time.
Any other? Mr. Turner, over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the Deputy Minister and your team for being here this morning and assisting us, I guess, with a lot of information that we're interested in hearing about. So, and a lot of the exciting work that your team are doing in your department, for sure. In amendments made to the Electricity Act, this government gave New Brunswick Power the tools to improve its fiscal health, and particularly to pay down their debt. I wonder if they've been able to use those tools to reduce their debt, if you can kind of update the committee on the progress being made there.
Certainly, I think one of the changes you're referring to was to allow the utility to create unregulated entities and some business initiatives. To date, the utility has not created any of those entities. So that aspect of the regulation has not seen, I guess, much change. As you know, over the past year, the utility has gone through some changes and some reassessments. They're currently, and I believe, as Mr. Whitmore mentioned, the utility is planning coming in next week. But they've had a third-party company in assessing their current state and where they can make improvements so that they can see some significant changes, I guess, both in their organization from achieving goals, but the debt really has not been reduced significantly since those act changes took place. And I expect, we're going to see that in the coming years, but certainly we haven't seen a significant change in it yet.
You're hopeful?
I'm hopeful from the standpoint of the exercises that the utility is going through right now. They've got a third party in PwC doing some work in terms of really helping you understand where they need to focus in terms of getting a number of things under control within the utility.
I was actually going to ask along those lines. I guess the latter part of this question is, how closely does your department monitor MB Power's debt reduction? Are you hand in hand? Are you very involved, or quite a distance apart?
We certainly work with the utility from a policy standpoint. Government overall, I think, works with the utility, and through our mandate letter to the utility is where really we see giving the direction to the utility on actions to take. So we would work with them, on a regular basis when policy needs to be addressed. But in terms of operations and their daily operations and their business, that would be entirely up to the utility in terms of meeting the legislation, meeting all the regulations, and certainly meeting the goals and objectives set out in the mandate letter.
Okay, going to go in a different direction, and I'm not even sure this is your department, although I think it may be, but as we've seen, there's been a lot of damage to the maple sugar woods. The last little while, the ice storm this weekend in particular, see a lot of downed trees and lines in the maple sugar area, and then there was the hurricane earlier, a few months earlier than that. But I wonder if there's an assistance program or any chance of emergency help for these maple sugar producers who have incurred a lot of damage by Mother Nature, I guess. Is there any programs in place that they can access or to assist them, I guess?
Yeah, I'm not sure if DAF has any programs in terms of specific to maple sector and cleanup or whatnot. Our department certainly supports the maple sector with what we call a silviculture program, where we provide dollars that they can clean up their maple stands. So that may be one avenue they can tap into if they're seeing damage. Luckily for our province, and certainly in the maple-rich areas of our province, we didn't see significant damage from Fiona like other jurisdictions did in the Maritimes. So I'm not sure what level of damage. I have not had any reports of significant level of damage in our maple stands of late, but certainly each year ice storms and wind storms cause some damage.
I guess because my area of residence, I guess, in the southeast sector, I have seen quite a bit actually from the Albert County production fields and their hills and mountains in that area. This weekend in particular, pretty significant ice damage going on there right now.
For sure. And when I say the maple-dominant areas, certainly we know there's a number of maple producers in that area in the province, and they would have access to the same silviculture funds as we do. But generally, the maple sector works through DAF on individual programs supporting the sector. Our role largely is the land and making land available to the sector.
Thank you very much, Deputy. Thank you, Member. Mr. Kuhn, over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Didn't quite finish that first line of questioning, so let me go back to questions around the priority place for species at risk in New Brunswick. The Wolastoq, 50% of the Wolastoq watershed. So recently, the department announced quite a number of new protected areas, and I'm wondering, recognizing this shift in focus from single species management to multiple species and ecosystem conservation, whether or not the selection of priority place for species at risk drove any of the selections of the recently announced protected areas? In other words, did you look at the priority place we're talking about in New Brunswick and establish protected areas specifically to capture some of the species at risk in that area?
I'll consider the question, was species at risk a factor in selecting protected areas on our Nature Legacy program? And the answer to that question is absolutely yes. The crown land in the watershed, in the St. John River watershed, is less than crown land in other parts of the province. I will say that. So the opportunities, the universe of crown lands in the watershed are less, there's less opportunity. But that doesn't mean that we certainly focused in the watershed to try to protect land that did have high conservation value. And species at risk was always on the table with respect to overlapping all the conservation efforts that we would like to have in the areas that we ultimately selected. So mapping species at risk where they are known or where they are predicted to be known was certainly part of the Nature Legacy program.
But I was specifically asking whether or not the priority place factored into the decision-making around where protected natural areas should be established.
Well, I'm not sure how to answer that. The priority place is the St. John River watershed, which is almost half of the province. There's crown land within that watershed, and certainly we try to distribute the protected areas around the province such that we're representing different parts of the ecological regions of the province. So certainly there's lots of areas that we protected in the St. John River watershed, absolutely.
Okay, thank you. So sticking with this paradigm shift in conservation efforts to multiple species and ecosystems, I took a look at the Atlantic Canada Conservation Data Center's ranking for ecological communities in New Brunswick and found that they listed 3 critically imperiled forest communities and 11 that are considered imperiled. So just to give everyone a flavor of this, the 3 critically imperiled forest communities are jackpine, black huckleberry, pine crowberry, gray reindeer lichen woodlands, the eastern hemlock, white pine, partridge berry woodlands, and the hemlock, round-leaved, dogwood, tall rattlesnake root, Christmas fern woodlands. Those are the critically imperiled. And then there are 11 other imperiled forest communities in New Brunswick. So the question is, what kind of conservation strategies specifically targeted are in place to ensure that these forested ecosystems are not eliminated from New Brunswick?
So I'll talk to a number of pieces here. There's probably 4 things to talk about. The first thing is that we are increasing the proportion of crown land that is under conservation. So in the last management plan, it was around 23%. We're increasing that to around 30% now. That increase is partly the Nature Legacy areas that we just spoke of, so permanent conservation areas, that's the bulk of it. And the rest of the area in the increased conservation would be largely what we call old forest communities. So those are stands that have structures that you would consider to be to exist in old forests. So large trees, dead and dying trees, et cetera. So the effort is, okay, let's map these out, put them in permanent conservation. So that's one thing. There is targets associated with each, what you just spoke of as forest communities. Jack pine is one of those, hemlock was one of those, red spruce, white pine, et cetera. So we've got forest communities that we target, and we try to map a certain amount of those areas. And that's part of this increase from 23 to 30%. So we do have more area mapped in each of our forest communities to be permanently conserved. So that's one. 2, we are undertaking, as part of the Climate Change Action Plan, we've committed to a new biodiversity strategy. And we've put a timeline to that, I think, in 2024. So we're going to work for a year on how do we develop this biodiversity strategy. One of the things that we know we have to do is to more granularly describe those old forest communities. So right now we have pretty big buckets: hemlock, jack pine, red pine, white pine, red spruce, softwood TH, tolerant hardwood. So we know that we need to go down a step and do better at, because the forest communities that you just described, they don't only account for the forest, the tree species in the canopy, but also the understory. So we know we need to take a step down and start considering more granular old forest communities, and that'll be part of our biodiversity strategy that we will lay out. The second thing, or I guess the third thing, is that we also committed to a new target for protected areas. So right now, we've achieved our 10%. We know that we need to go beyond that. And we've committed to setting a new target. And again, we're going to take a year to review what are our options, what are the trade-offs, and say, okay, what's our next target? And certainly, forest communities that are either in peril or that are in short supply become a focus. The fourth thing is that target for protected areas has to include private lands. So right now, we've done all of our work, most of our work on Crown land. It's only 50% of the province. And a lot of the communities that you just spoke of, a lot of the sort of rich communities, they occur on private woodlots. So we need to figure out a way to establish a protected areas target and move more area of private land under that target. The Private Woodlot Sustainability Act that I spoke of earlier, we think will help do that because we'll be engaged with private woodlot owners who want to conserve their land.
So I think what I'm hearing you say is you actually, at this point, because you don't deal with the understory, can't identify or haven't identified where these forest community types are located on the landscape.
Those forest community types are dealt with at just a higher level. So we have a target for hemlock, we have a target for jack pine, we have a target for other species. Those communities would certainly be under that. Right? What I'm saying is that we do want to take a step down and become more granular so that we are looking beneath the canopy of hemlock and saying, okay, well, which of those communities fit under that target? But certainly we have a target for each of those, just not that granular.
So these forest communities that you've targeted, did they also expressly drive the selection of the new protected areas that were announced?
Generally speaking, on Crown land, when we do this work, we try to overlap as many of the values as possible. So we map out deer wintering areas, we map out buffers, we map out old forest communities, we map out protected areas. And the best use of the land is to try to overlap those things as much as possible so you're getting the highest value hectares. So that's what we do. So this new area, this new 10%, certainly we've tried to go after our oldest forest to put in that conservation area. I can't remember the proportion of the new area that we would consider old forest community, but it's very high.
So I'm still thinking about these imperiled forest communities. What happens when a licensee encounters them on the license they're operating on in a cut block?
Yeah, so a couple things. I mean, hemlock isn't a largely targeted commercial species. We don't have many mills that really consume hemlock. There's a few large diameter mills that would consume hemlock. But here's what happens. We have a number of strategic ways to deal with this and a number of operational ways to deal with it. Strategically, I just spoke of it. We map it out. We either protect it, we put a line around it and say this is a conservation area that can't be harvested. So that's the strategic point that we map out. Operationally, if we identify it to be an important area, we call it site-specific habitat. Bear dens, raptor nests, vernal pools, these things when they're encountered, the licensees have to have a process to deal with it, and they avoid it. If we get more granular in our assessment of old forest communities, that's where that will end up, right? That level of forest community that you described is difficult to map strategically. Our inventory processes we've got to do work on our inventory to understand the understory of these forest communities. So you deal with it strategically and operationally.
Thank you. In the most recent report on the general status of wild species in Canada for 2020, it was reported, and it's in the Land Conservation data centers data as well, a significant number of species now are critically imperiled or imperiled in their rankings for New Brunswick. Is that going to lead to any modification in your conservation strategies?
I think, you know, issues around biodiversity are well-known right across the globe, and that is where this focus of 25 by 25 and 30 by 30 are coming from, to protect more space. And that's the 10%. So that we've said, okay, we're going to protect more space, and then we're going to set a target to protect even more space. The second pillar there is the biodiversity strategy that I already mentioned. So we are aware of the status of species. We've got the numbers. We've looked at it hard. We said, okay, so let's address this in a biodiversity strategy. We do, as I said, we're going to set a target further, and then the sort of third pillar is to be very good at our species at risk assessments. That's where this becomes real, is we put these species to COSAR, our committee on the status of species at risk, so they can look at this locally, what's the status of these species locally, and then we put that through the act to do protection assessments, to do prohibitions. So we've got a multi-pillared approach to this.
So the last provincial biodiversity strategy was released in 2009, I guess. I don't think it has been updated since that time. There's this commitment to have a new biodiversity strategy for 2024. What's the process you're going to undertake to develop that strategy for next year?
I would say a big part of it's consultation. I mean, we know a lot of the things that need to be in that strategy, but we're not going to do it by ourselves. There's First Nation consultation, there's consultation with the science community, consultation with other stakeholders, and consultation with the public. So COP15 just happened. We know what the global biodiversity targets are. We know where this space is going. We've got very good staff to work on this, but we want to do the work to involve as many folks as we can. We know it needs to be updated. That's why we've set it as a priority.
So I'm sure you're familiar with the research of Dr. Matthew Betts on the decline in forest habitat and the resulting decline in forest bird populations. The Standing Committee on Climate Change and Environmental Stewardship heard from him and adopted a recommendation he had made that the remaining old hardwood, mixed wood, and softwood forests be managed in ways that ensures they're not converted. In other words, that their structure and composition be maintained during forestry operations through some application of different forestry practices than might be the norm. So has the department implemented this recommendation?
The place that fits is into our management planning, and that management planning is occurring right now. You've asked before about our management plan, and I think I told you in September when we were here that we're consulting on our management plan First Nations. We had a big meeting with First Nations yesterday, as Tom described, on the forest management piece, and that effort fits in that space. The management plans get approved by our minister, and certainly that's one of the aspects that we're evaluating in this management plan, or what are options for the remaining mature forest. I will say that much of the mature forest that remains, we've put in conservation. So it's really a question of the area that remains outside conservation, what are our options and what are our harvest practices in those, and that's part of the management planning effort.
No, that is the key question based
Yep.
on our recommendation besides the Protected Areas Initiative, and you're saying it's going to be answered in the management planning process.
Yeah, well, my answer to your question is we're working on it, and there's an approval by government for that management plan that's coming.
Thank you very much. Thank you, member. It now being mid-morning, we will recess for 5 minutes for a short health break. The meeting back to order. Monsieur Arsenault, I believe it's your turn.
Thank you, and
Deputy did signal to me that they did have some answers to some of the previous questions, so we'll let them proceed first.
With Willis Dequoy, Executive Director of the Maliseet Nation Conservation Council. I just couldn't remember that name. There's 15 in our biodiversity section. Okay.
The deputy told me that about 3 minutes ago, and I had a senior moment. I completely forgot. Monsieur Arsenault, to you now.
thank you, Mr. Chair. I was going to make a comment about that seniors moment, whether it's kosher or not. But anyway, just want to get back to the Private Woodlot Sustainability Act. It's been mentioned a few times, and it's in the House when it came through. And the only disappointment I have with that is that there were no witnesses called for that, you know. And I know the department does a lot of consultations, but you know, it's good sometimes. It's good for the public to hear that there is consultation. It's good for us to have confidence in the system because we haven't done the consultations. So it's good to hear the scientists and the stakeholders and even the general public at times, because I did meet with a number of groups informally and asked them a little bit about it, and some of them weren't that sure about it, you know, as far as what was the content. And it was, and generally it was supported by the House and by the woodlot owners. So they weren't complaining. It's just that more information is always necessary. Is the fund operational yet? Is the question I have, and how do they access it?
Yeah, thank you for the question. I guess I will add there's been a lot of dialogue with our marketing boards, our Federation Woodlot owners, and discussion that led to that act. So there has been, I don't want to suggest that it was done in complete isolation. There's certainly a lot of information and suggestions brought forth by a variety of stakeholders. The fund is not in place. Our intent is to have the fund in place for the next operating year. So wood that gets transacted in the next operating year will contribute to this fund.
Okay, thank you. There's a minimum in that fund level, eh? There's going to be a minimum. What is that minimum? Just refresh my memory again. Is it 4 million or something?
We're trying to put between 7 and 10 million a year into that fund.
10 million. Okay, that's what it was. Okay, thank you. Just to go back to that, and in general, the fund was well received. It's something that I think was asked for some time and was well received. But in my communications, I did receive a few questions that I had difficulty answering. I wasn't sure, or whether it was a question or a comment about the fund. And one of them was on what conditions, what are the conditions? And I'll lead up to my third question with that second question I just gave you. I'll pose a third one to see where I'm going, so that'll sort of give you that direction to go in. And that is, the comment was made that once you receive those funds, your land, your private woodlot is sort of out of your control anymore. It's in the hands of the powers that be, not necessarily the department, but the conditions that are set by the fund. And one of the items that was mentioned was the schedule for cutting, for harvesting that woodlot, I should say, was out of control of the owner. And I wasn't too sure how to answer that. It seemed to be a legitimate type of comment to make, but as I was saying, if we would have had witnesses for that bill and a committee, that probably would have come out somewhere along the way, and I would have known then what that answer is. So I'm asking you so I can help that person as well. Thank you.
We've heard these concerns as well, and to put it simply, we are not interested in conditions that would dictate how a private woodlot owner manages their land. We have a private woodlot silviculture fund today. There are no conditions on you have to cut it when it becomes mature, or you have to cut it at a certain time, you can't export it, et cetera. So that is not of interest here. The interest is to help woodlot owners achieve their objectives for their land. That's what's of interest, whatever those objectives may be. And certainly there is no interest if someone develops a management plan and invests in their woodlot through this fund to dictate what that woodlot owner should be doing over the long term. So to be very clear, the answer to your question is no.
Okay, there's a little nuance there, though, that I'd like to make sure it's clarified. I know you're not interested, but can it happen if you applied the letter to the law with the sustainability fund conditions, because there are conditions in this fund, the silviculture one that you mentioned as exists now, there are no conditions, if that, take your, what you said, but there will be conditions in this one, more strict, and there were concerns expressed to the department from, I gather, and to me as well. So there must, you know, the old saying, where there's smoke, there's sometimes fire, or there is fire. So I'm just, does the bill that we passed allow that to happen if there was an interest in saying, you know, we want to harvest it next year or this type of year? Is there?
The answer to the question is no. There's nothing in that bill that presents conditions. The only thing in the bill that limits the use of the fund is how it can be spent. And there's 5 categories: silviculture, woodlot owner engagement, woodlot owner education, protection, and what we would call initiatives, inventory, climate change actions, things like this. So beyond that, there's no place in that bill that identifies conditions upon its use for woodlot owners. So the answer is no. I'll go beyond that. We have created a committee of woodlot owners, of contractors, of industry members, of marketing boards to really form how that money will be used. So the department's not dictating alone how that money will be used. We formed a committee, we've called it the Woodlot Management Committee, and we're looking at what are all the different ways to engage woodlot owners to make sure that fund's put to good use. And like I said, that committee has good representation from across the interested parties.
Okay, thank you. That helps clarify my comments. It's my understanding, though, with this bill as well, that there's discussions that may be taking place with regards to the reorganization of the provincial wood marketing boards. I'm just wondering, can you advise the status of those discussions and when we can expect to see an announcement and or legislation, or is that something that would be in regulations?
The marketing boards are defined in regulation. So to answer the question whether it's legislation or regulation, that's where the marketing boards are defined. That's where their powers arise from regulation under the Natural Products Act and Forest Products Act. To answer your question, we've been working with marketing boards very closely for about 3 years. And, you know, one of the outcomes of that work is the Private Woodlot Sustainability Fund that you mentioned. We've been doing wood supply analysis on private lands, a number of initiatives. Transportation of Primary Forest Products Act has been changed based on those conversations. We've got a number of actions that we've taken. And part of those conversations have been, how can the boards organize themselves to ensure that we're delivering the best absolute services to private woodlot owners? And certainly one of the conversations is, are there economies of scale that could be gained in the marketing board system by centralizing some of the functions that are done multiple times? And again, we're working, we meet more than monthly with marketing boards, and we're working through this, and I would say it's a very good collaboration. Where it goes exactly, I can't tell you that right now, but we are on track, and we are working together on how do we make sure that we're delivering the absolute best services to private woodlot owners.
Okay, so there seems to be, well, I appreciate that answer. I guess it leads to another question, whether, you know, when you're talking about economies of scale, you're talking about centralization quite often. And is there a philosophy in the department that they would like to see one marketing board in the province of New Brunswick, and that's where their efforts are being directed?
I think there's long been discussions around how many boards, one board, two boards. The approach that we've taken is, again, how do we deliver the best services to woodlot owners? That is the focus, and that's the only focus. I think one of the things that we land on with marketing boards is there has to be a presence in each of the 7 areas. There can't be one marketing board, so to speak, because there needs to be a connection on the ground in the 7 regions of the province. So there's no interest in taking and getting rid of those 7 marketing board offices and making one. That's not. So really, we're down to nuances about language. Should there be one overseeing board that sees across that forest, sees across the 7 regions to think about things at a forest level? My view, I think our view would be yes. Breaking 30% of the forest up 7 ways isn't the most efficient way to look at timber supply, conservation values, wood flows. So our view is it would be good to have a larger board that looks across that forest and cooperates to ensure that all woodlot owners are getting similar services, optimized services, people are on the ground when needed, et cetera. But certainly that can't come at a cost of local autonomy.
The bill itself, if I remember right, and I don't have the bill in front of me, but talked about centralizing administrative services. What do you mean by centralizing administrative services?
The bill did not speak to that.
No?
No.
Senior
But
involvement.
what I do mean when I say it is that there's things that are done several times. Legal services, mapping, translation services, websites. All those things don't necessarily need to be done 7 times. They could be done once to gain efficiency.
Is that not the role of the department to do, you know, all of those items that you mentioned? I assume that the department was responsible for some of that, feeding that down into the marketing boards, the 7 marketing boards.
Marketing boards are their own entities. They're defined by regulation and they are responsible for all of those things.
So by-
HR, legal services, websites, communication, that's their job.
So by regulation, you could dissolve them like tomorrow and have one?
Well, is that possible? Yes, I don't think that's necessarily the plan at this point, but that could be done, yes.
No, well, I think of other boards that have been dissolved and, you know, unilaterally wake up the next day and you're gone and, you know, but I'm not saying the department wants that or is moving in that direction, but, you know, sometimes there's fear out there and there's, you know, people who are worried. Well, that's one of the aspects that came to me when that bill was being proposed, that and had a chance before Christmas to meet individuals who stakeholders at a reception probably where many of you were there as well, and the concern was expressed that we may be moving in that direction. And I did have a good conversation with someone that was quite with some good background, and he indicated that that's probably what's going to be the next step. And so I'm a little concerned because I know the department has a good record of consultation and has a good record out into the field. And certainly I don't think we should unilaterally move in that direction, nor should we move in that direction, keep the seven boards. But I want you to, so what's happening with this idea of economies of scale? What is actually happening to move that along?
So again, I'll be clear, nothing in the bill described anything about marketing boards, a change in marketing boards.
No, it's regulations.
Well, the regulations are in place today that define the 7 boards. we are working with the boards. As I said, we meet multiple times a month, and we talk through these things. We are not forcing the marketing boards to do anything. We're working with the boards. They've been in place a long time. They value their local autonomy, and they think that's very important from a regional perspective, language perspective, forest perspective. They have good relationships with their contractors. There's no interest in breaking any of that, right? We're working with marketing boards to see how we can make a more efficient system, period.
In other jurisdictions in Canada, do they have marketing boards? Do they have more than one marketing board? Is there any province that only has one marketing board?
I believe Nova Scotia and Quebec. But I'm not expert in what other provinces and how they do this. I'm sure that they have probably an upper view on it that looks across the forest, but also regional representation.
Yeah. Okay.
Thank you very much. Thank you, member. Mr. Collins, over to you. That fast.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Ms. McFarland, for being here today. I think I'd like to jump in and add, as my colleagues did, my gratitude for the cooperation with your department over time. I think specifically to say the Nature Legacy Program, I've had a lot of questions along that path, and the department has always been really open and available to discuss. And the net result, obviously, Fredericton York is very happy. We've managed to take advantage of that program. And it's nice to know that we have some lands that will be enjoying that status under the protected nature legacy. So I think jumping into some questions here, reviewing your annual report here for 21-22, and I'm going to just jump right to the energy division because there is a section noted in the highlights section that kind of intrigued me here, and it was with respect to a comment that says, continue to work with the Atlantic and Quebec colleagues, utilities, and the federal government to release the Clean Power Roadmap for Atlantic Canada. So I'm just wondering if you could share with me a bit about your involvement with that committee and perhaps how the committee membership and the structure and the mandate of that committee.
Hi. So the Clean Power Roadmap came about from a working group that kind of had started a long time ago with the Atlantic Energy Gateway, and it involved the 4 Atlantic utilities and the 4 Atlantic provinces along with NRCan. And essentially it looked at a bit of the precursor to the Atlantic Loop idea to say how could the 4 Atlantic provinces share resources to create a cleaner electricity system within the region, and then what resources would be needed to supply that system.
Okay. And I think there's something which is definitely worth noting here, if I can find it in the report. Just as a New Brunswicker, I think it's worth mentioning just to kind of, if we're going to take pride in something, it does say New Brunswick has exceeded its objective to reduce emissions from 20 megatons in 2005 to 14.8 megatons in 2020, and working towards further goals. So just a point to throw out there for recognition of achievement there. Now, the goal moving forward would be to reduce emissions to 10.7 megatons by 2030. So what instruments or plans do you have in place to kind of achieve that target?
Thank you for the question. The numbers reflected there, I think, are holistic across all sectors and all of government, and we work closely with the Department of Environment and the Climate Change Secretariat on achieving those. In terms of our department, our initiatives are focused more around the utility and Beldoon will be a significant portion of that. Our energy efficiency programs, again, to reduce the reliance on home heating oils and whatnot. So those are kind of the two aspects I think that would be focused on in our department.
Okay. And in this plan, it says that there's a transmission study to bring in the reception of additional 1,150 megawatts from Hydro-Quebec. So where is that study? What do we know about that to date?
So that's part of the dialogue going on with the federal government on the Atlantic Loop and what benefits that may bring to our jurisdiction and other jurisdictions. But we've also, from a transmission standpoint, I think we mentioned here this morning, things like SMRs. We're doing work in hydrogen and where that may fit into the mix. So there's a number of elements, I think, when you start looking out around 2030 and beyond as to what that transmission and generation aspects will be in terms of our grid, and where we'll be from a carbon accounting standpoint.
Okay, so just kind of knowing that in 2030, I mean, we're obviously phasing ourselves off coal. So I'm just wondering, is this study kind of in line to meet the demand that we would no longer be able to generate in Beldoon?
So this study would provide us with the options, I guess, in terms of how to replace, the power that's generated at Beldoon. And, we'll look at it from a transmission standpoint. The Atlantic Loop is about the transmission or moving the electrons around. And then we look at generation as well. And again, there's still options being considered of can Beldoon be converted to something else and generate power from a different fuel source.
Okay. So is this committee still intact? Or do you have future plans or an expanded mandate?
It's, yeah, the committee, I guess, that generated the Clean Roadmap is really transformed in with the federal committee, transformed into the discussions around Atlantic Loop for that committee.
Okay. So from there, I think I'm just going to jump over to the section on the recommendations from the Auditor General. So I know my colleague touched on some of these, but something that kind of came to my attention here was section 2. So there doesn't appear to be any recommendations or actions taken provided under that section. But it does say the recommendation, the total was 2 and implemented were 2, but I just don't know what they are.
Thank you for the question, and we've been able to find out where we left the words out of our end report, maybe what they were. One recommendation that we've fulfilled, recommend the Department of Natural Resources and Energy Development attain up-to-date engineering reports in advance of the next provincial audit to support contaminated site liabilities. So we've got an update report on our site liabilities. The other recommendation, I think, that was made that we acted upon We recommend the Department of Natural Resources Energy Development obtain and maintain up-to-date proof of insurance or financial securities as collateral for all properties it leases to third parties. And I believe we obtain the proof of insurance now from all leases that we have on Crown lands.
Okay, so you do have proof of insurance.
Yeah.
And the updated engineering reports are as of what date and on how many sites?
We have, yeah. It's the 3 sites that are in our booked liabilities that we talked about earlier.
Okay, so those 3 sites are up to date as of 2020, 2022?
2020.
Okay. So one thing that was noted here in the 21-2 annual report was the link to the online document here, which would have been the 2019 Auditor General Report. So in that report, it's, when you go to the link, it's suggesting that you have 61 sites noted under your department. So of those 61 sites, are they all but 3 leased out for active production?
Yeah, of the 61 sites identified, they aren't all mine sites, so these would be, where we've had an oil spill or something on Crown land or some sort of, environmental issue that took place. We identify those as potentially contaminated sites, so.
Okay, so of the 61, how many of them are actually active, I guess? No?
Most of them, I think, exist on Crown land leases. I can get a detailed list to you. I don't have it here in front of us. But,
Okay.
of the mining sites, it would be the 3 that we identified in the mining sites that would be active sites. There's other types of Crown land leases where something has occurred that has triggered it to be as part of a potential liability, and we have those all identified.
Okay. So just to confirm, there's 3 that have been identified, and in terms of cost for remediation, that liability would be on the provincial books. So I guess I'm just trying to get a handle as to how many sites would you have that fall under your respective department that would require remediation, and what kind of dollar figure would we be looking at, or do we know that?
Yeah, the 61 are all under the department's responsibility. The 61 sites associated with us, all on Crown land. They have not been identified that they require any remediation activity right now, other than they're just identified as potential sites. And we would have, I say that that's where we identified the sites. We ensure that we have, our lessees have insurance and mechanism, I guess, to try to deal with them. But we would have to, provide you a list, I guess, of all the details of each of those individual sites, and each one would have its own requirements or concerns associated with it, and some is just to monitor.
Okay. Well, Ms. McFarlane, I think that's really all I had for questions for you today, and I think unless somebody else wants to jump in.
Thank you. You have 2 minutes.
I probably don't need much more than that. Mine were just simply largely out of curiosity. This actually is a department that I deal very little with, even though it probably is one of the most topical in the public. My area is, my region that I hail from is a very mineral-rich area. And so most of my questions are in relation to mining. I see that you do have grouped your department, mining grouped with another branch of the department. How many individuals do you have, staffers that are specifically dedicated to just the mining sector?
So my numbers here indicate 32 staff in the mining resource division. Now that includes staff in the, I'll call it the mining resource branch, as well as geological surveys. So the surveys group is all about gathering the information around deposits and our minerals in the province. But, you know, they overlap, obviously, in terms of their roles.
Going over to you.
Thank you very much. The last State of the Forest report was published 15 years ago, in 2008. That update has been repeatedly delayed to the point that in 2015, the Auditor General themselves recommended that the department regularly report to the legislature and the public on the status of New Brunswick's forest. The department committed to the Auditor General to do so by June 2016. That did not happen. On October 17, 2017, at this committee, you told me that it would be coming soon and didn't materialize. On November the 7th, 2019, you told me it would be tabled in the legislature in 2020. That didn't happen. On February the 25th, 2021, you told me at committee that it would be ready for the summer of 2021. That didn't happen. The most recent commitment was to have it released by the summer of 2022. Nothing. Delay after delay after delay after delay. So the question is, Mr. McFarland, what is it you don't want the members of the public and this legislature to know about the state of our forest?
I appreciate the timeline and the pointing out, I guess, you know, where we've placed our efforts. Certainly, there's been a number of things that have impacted our ability to deliver that report. I can promise you that that report is in draft form right now, and we are anticipating to get that out this fiscal year. And you know, I can apologize for the missing our targets and our notions of the past, but certainly we've been prioritizing a lot of our initiatives, and as you're well aware, and we spoke to at length on a number of initiatives this morning, we put a lot of our efforts from our limited staff into things like the species at risk, into things like our nature legacy initiative. So it's, you know, it's a limited resources that we have, and we try to make sure that we're focused on the items that require the highest priority.
Well, I would argue that the fiduciary responsibility you have towards both the public and First Nations and being the overall manager of Crown Lands is to report on its status, and that's not been happening.
There's two things, Mr. Kuhn, that we have done as prioritized, and we've mentioned this before. We think there's kind of three levels of transparency. One, for those that are very interested in data, and we have an open data portal that provides all the information that we would put into the State of the Forest report. That's been online for about a year and a half now. So there's no hiding data. For those that are interested in data, it's online. The second pillar there was our website, in which you've asked about in the past. And We're through 2 phases of 3 phases of improving that website. If you go on our website now, there is a forestry and conservation space that was not there before, and it has very detailed information about all of our programs. So that is sort of the 2 ends. Someone who's very interested in data, the information's there. Someone who's very interested in just high-level summaries, the information's there. The in-between, sort of for everybody, is the state of the forest. And as Tom said, it's in draft form, but we have been focused on all of these other large initiatives that we've been delivering on.
Thanks for your commentary. So one of the things that appears clear from the data that I've looked at is the forest is degraded. To fight climate change and biodiversity loss, European unions agreed to enact a new law that obliges companies to ensure that wood products sold in the EU do not come from degraded forests. Is this going to prevent exports of wood products to Europe from New Brunswick?
When you refer to data that you've looked at, can you describe what you mean by degraded?
Well, look at the state of biodiversity. Look at the state of forest communities. Look at the state of species in the forests. We've seen a dramatic change in the composition, structure of the forest and in the makeup of its species. The loss of tremendous loss of habitat for a whole variety of species. I would say that's degraded.
Well, I think as a nation, we're going to define what degradation means, what forest degradation means. Deforestation, very clear what that means. And there are bills around the world that are preventing procurement of wood products that come from forests that get deforested or areas that get deforested. Degradation is a different subject and it requires very clear definitions. And I'd argue that there isn't a very clear definition of degradation in New Brunswick or in Canada. As a nation, through the Canadian Council of Forest Ministers, we're going to define that. But to answer your question, no, I don't believe that our forest products will have will be implicated by those procurement bills.
Thank you. So the Standing Committee on Climate Change and Environmental Stewardship made, I mentioned one recommendation earlier, made some others that I want to get an update on. One was that, well, by last November, the department was supposed to have initiated a comprehensive cost-benefit study comparing the usage and non-usage of herbicides in managing tree plantations in order to evaluate the impact of DNRE ceasing its use of herbicides on plantations on the Crown if it did that. So has that been done?
All of those recommendations we're working on through ELG. ELG is the lead in responding to that, to those recommendations, and we're working closely with ELG on that. We expect to deliver on that recommendation through our management plan, which has all of the financials built in, both from a cost perspective, a revenue perspective, and also the broader economic values from the Crown Forest.
In our recommendations, since I'm a member of that, was acting as a member of that committee, we specifically targeted recommendations to specific departments, and this was targeted to your department. Another one that was targeted to your department, not the ELG, was that when it comes to establishing protected natural areas, that they have connected corridors, and that the edge habitat is minimized in order to conserve biodiversity. Do the recently announced protected natural areas reflect these considerations?
I would say certainly yes. I mean, connectivity, there was 2 factors that we considered from connectivity standpoint. One would be expanding current protected areas, so actually adding chunks on to current protected areas to make them bigger. That's part of the core habitat idea. And the other is to try to connect PNAs or connect protected natural areas. And that was certainly areas that connected to protected areas scored very highly in our assessment of candidates, absolutely.
So is there a publicly accessible inventory that describes the ecological attributes of each of the protected areas, new protected areas, that a member of the public or a member of this legislature could go look up and see, well, why was this protected area created, for what purpose, what does it contain from an ecological perspective?
We've added to the protected natural areas, well, I shouldn't say protected natural areas because nature legacies are a bit different, but we've added protected areas, started in 2003, and I would say there's very good descriptions of those protected areas that were put in place in 2003. They were generally very large areas, pretty good description around those areas, and we do have a story map on our website that you can go through, and it describes those quite nicely. The ones that were added in 2012, so there was an increase in 2012, and then there was another increase, obviously, just in the last few months, we don't have complete description of those yet. There are many, so it's not like that first big round that were large areas of Crown land. These are relatively smaller and more dispersed to try to get representativity around the province and to overlap with Old Forest. So each of these hundreds of small areas, we don't have a complete description on each. We do have the inventory, we do have ACDC's assessment on species. We could develop something like that.
But wouldn't it be the case that when the nominations were made for these protected natural areas, that there would have had to have been some rationale from the perspective of what they were designed to protect?
Absolutely. We had a professional team that looked at every single site very closely from all those perspectives. We haven't documented it and put it out to the public. Certainly something we could do. I mean, each area is described by all the things that we wanted in the protected areas and the things that we didn't want in protected areas. It's all available, it's in databases, and that would be no problem to describe.
Well, I looked, and I couldn't find those kinds of descriptions because...
But we just finished those areas about a month ago, so we haven't been able to complete, there's over 400 areas, we just haven't been able to complete summaries up on each of those. Is it something we can endeavor to do? Yes.
All right, thanks. Now, the other recommendation from the Standing Committee was that by last May, the committee wanted the department to create a public dashboard, which you've alluded to, regarding all aspects of forest utilization, including pesticide spraying. So is that fully completed?
We've got the data. The data is all online, everything that you'd want to know. And we have a survey there that says, is there something here that you wanted that you couldn't find? Now, a dashboard is a bit different than that, and we aren't complete the dashboard. The dashboard, in my mind, would be summaries, simple summaries of all that data. Like I said, we focused on updating our website to make things easier to find and to put more information on there. Do we have a single dashboard that you can go to that summarizes up these different things? We do not, but we've got all the pieces there.
So are you contemplating incorporating a single dashboard?
Yeah, we think the advisory board that we're going to put together, we think would help. What are New Brunswickers really interested in? I mean, we could do a dashboard of hundreds of KPIs, but what are the 7, 8, 10 things that people really want to see that we can describe simply, accurately, consistently, that change, right? A lot of the things that we measure don't change every year. They don't change very often. So we're going to do the work with the advisory board and others to say, okay, what are the things that should be in this dashboard that would be meaningful for people? But right now, we believe all the data is there.
So with respect to the advisory board, one of the other recommendations of the department was to have the minister look at the makeup of the advisory board to make sure it was appropriate. So clearly, given that lands have not been ceded or surrendered in the Crown lands by First Nations, does this advisory board reflect the importance of having First Nation participation?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. With respect to the forest management plans, you mentioned they're still in the works. It's been more than 10 years since we've had an updated forest management plans on the licenses. They were supposed to be completed last fall. What's the current prediction about when they're going to be completed and available?
We are consulting First Nations on our forest management. We have been since last March. That consultation has been extended a number of times to make sure that we get it done right. And we're committed to getting that right, and we will continue to consult until it is done right. And when that's done, we'll continue to finalize our management plans. We expect to have our management plans out this year, but as I said, we are going to finalize our consultation in in a way that we are happy, First Nations are happy, and we know that we've done it right.
So you're expecting this calendar year?
Yes.
Okay. And if First Nations are not happy, what happens?
We have a duty to consult, a legal obligation, and we're going to fill that legal obligation. Will everybody be happy? I don't think so. But we have a duty, we have a legal obligation, and we're going to make sure we fulfill that to the best of our ability.
So once that consultation is completed and First Nations have concerns, so the department has no obligation to accommodate those concerns?
We're trying to do that today.
Okay. On the question of private woodlot owners, there was a ruling by the Forest Products Commission that prevents the marketing boards from financially supporting the Federation of Woodlot Owners to represent the interests of their members. How did that come about?
I'm not sure I can answer that, Mr. Kuhn. The commission is a third party. They don't necessarily report to us. They do their work. My understanding is that the commission looked at the regulations that empower the marketing boards and said that the levy money that's collected through the marketing boards can't be used in that way. But you really ought to talk to the commission about that ruling.
The commission does appear in your organizational chart, though, embedded inside the department, so is that not true?
They're not embedded. The acts that form the commission, the minister are responsible for those acts. But the commission does not report in on their daily operations. They are a commission, quasi-judicial organization who looks at these types of things and makes orders, and they have the power to do that.
Thank you, thank you. Time flies by really fast, I understand. Monsieur Arsenault, over to you for the next 15.
Thank you, Chair, and I'll go right into it. The stumpage rates went up recently. Can you refresh my memory when that happened?
That happened in the 2022 operating season. They got implemented at the 1st of September, and they were quite significant increases that were based on trying to capture the value of the commodity increases that occurred in 2021.
Yeah, I was quite surprised and shocked when I heard the announcement that they were increasing. The reason why is that we had asked, the official opposition had asked in the legislature over and over and over, not once, but a number of times about increasing it, especially based with what Alberta was doing. They increased them right, and they were receiving millions and millions of dollars. And the minister in the House went on and on about no way it would harm everything and it wouldn't be any good and this and that, and I don't know how many excuses he had. So sitting at home, when that announcement, I heard that announcement come across the news, I was just shocked. I was saying, what has changed? And the minister had all types of reasons why it changed, but all the reasons were at the same time when he said no, those conditions existed at that time. So we lost millions and millions of dollars. And now I see in the audit report on page 22 that there's no manual to develop, to look at Crown royalty rate setting. There's no manual for that. There's no guide. So, you know, I'm just wondering, was that a political decision or was it a departmental decision to do that stumpage rate increase?
Okay, a couple things. I think what the minister said was that we were studying it, we were looking at it, and that was true. Okay, so let me step back. I'll say this again, I've described this a couple of times. For a long time, since the early 80s, we did a survey of private stumpage rates. Okay, so we went to private woodlot owners and we asked them what they sold their wood for. That's what we referred to. That's what we referred to as fair market value. That's the transaction between a willing buyer and a willing seller. Okay, and what the minister said was that if we took Alberta's approach, we would be selling wood at below what private woodlot owners get for their wood, or what we would refer to as fair market value. That's what I think he said. Now, as I described earlier, we have changed our royalty system, okay, to not only be what we call fair market value, or the value out of the stumpage survey, but also a runner that only adjusts upwards based on commodity values. So right now, we're charging $33 for softwood saw material. So that's the stuff that lumber is made out of. If we were using Alberta's approach, their value today is $2.48. Okay, which is much, much below what a private woodlot owner in the province gets for their wood, even over the long, long term, which is about $15. Okay, so our argument is that we don't think Alberta's approach works for New Brunswick, given that 30% of the land is owned by private woodlot owners, and we don't want to undersell them.
So, yes, you can make any argument fit the decision. You know, if you're looking at the whole picture, which you picked out a select few, and the minister has a habit of doing that anyway, and I don't want to get into politics or put words, and I know you're in an uncomfortable position. I don't want to put you any further into that, but anyway, just a comment. I was quite shocked because the auditor almost anticipated that, you know, and here is, it would have been nice to have the manual ready and used to make a decision, you know, based on a process that was transparent. And I thought, you know, I thought that was very timely of the auditor, and I give credit to the auditor. So to highlight that.
Just to highlight, the manual is in draft form because we've just made a major change to the way that we calculate timber royalties, as I just described. That's why we have said in 2023 we'll release a rate-setting manual, because we just finished the rate,
But
the
the
bill.
auditor issued that statement in 2020.
Right,
I
and then we did the work to change our royalty system.
Anyway, we're not going to get into a debate here on that. The other thing I'd like to ask, another subject, is what initiatives are being undertaken to enhance opportunities for green energy production, including the revision of the regulatory framework related to net metering and other measures to reduce barriers for communities to undertake projects through private investment and partnerships. I can read that question again. It's a question I had written down, and it's fairly long, so I can reread it if you... I had to write that one down to make sure I got it right.
Okay, so I think I have the general idea of your question. So for net metering in particular, we've seen a fairly significant increase in the uptake in that in the last couple of years, with the cost of solar coming down, so that's kind of naturally happening, and we have reviewed some of the barriers to that, and are trying to work with the utility to make sure that that continues without costing them too much. For the locally owned renewable energy from small scale, the low rust program, in that year that's under review, we did a review of that program with a consultant with climate change fund money, and they've made some recommendations that we're reviewing now. So that report just came in recently, and so we're looking at that. In the year of this, there were 2 First Nations projects that were constructed, it's up to 38 megawatts, I guess, was the total for those 2 projects that are up and running under the low rest program. And we continue to work with MB Power and the federal government under the Smart Renewable, or it's the SREPS program, Smart Renewable Electricity Pathways Program, to try to get some funding to potentially add more renewable electricity to the system.
Okay, thank you. On another subject, I noticed you had a paragraph in there in your report on the participation in your COVID response. And one of the comments I heard during that response was that, well, you mentioned it in here that the deploying employees to critical staffing needs to assist with COVID-19 efforts across all sectors. One of the concerns that was expressed to me over and over again was the increase in poaching. Now, I have no data on that, but not having, like, they were taking wardens out of the woods, and I believe they were doing patrols at the bridges, border patrols. They were doing inspections of businesses, I'm told, and other types of things that I don't know if they had special training for or not, but I don't even know if they had highway responsibilities as well, and we're stopping vehicles on the highways. I have no knowledge of that. And I'm led to believe also that they used, they carry weapons now. Am I not right? They carry weapons? So just wondering if you could comment on that, on the poaching aspect and taking the wardens out of the woods and putting them at borders and inspection where in the general public, you know, so thank you.
Yeah, let me clarify a couple of things first. You know, I think what you're talking about, you're referring to wardens, we call our conservation officers. Okay. They actually work for the Department of Public Safety now, and not with the Department of Natural Resources, and they are indeed peace officers, and do you know, carry the full status of peace officers. Those are the individuals that do the enforcement aspect of our Fish and Wildlife Act, as well as enforcement on a number of other acts. And yes, they were certainly engaged and involved in all aspects of the COVID response. The statement in our annual report refers to our staff, and we did have, you know, our ranger staff, we had admins, we have staff right throughout the department that stepped up and volunteered where effort was needed in all of the efforts going on from government and during the COVID. So we did have a lot of participation, a lot of involvement in that. Your direct question was about you know, enforcement in the woods and impacts on our fish and wildlife species. One of the things I think we pushed for, and I think we're successful in as the start of the pandemic, was to allow people back into the woods. I think if you recall the early weeks of the pandemic, we asked people to stay home and just stay home and not go out and even the recreational activities. Getting people back in the woods, one of our I think our most effective efforts is to have eyes in the woods and have people around so that they can report on activities and illegal activities. We haven't, I don't think, seen a significant increase in any legal activities. We've heard the same anecdotal information that you know, it's happening, and we take all of that information and provide it to our conservation partners in public safety. And where we think, you know, certainly there's significant enough activity, we'll look for focused and concentrated efforts to try to curtail and address any of those activities.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Minister. Also, on speaking about forest fires in the woods, Brockway Airstrip got some injection of funds to, where is the Brockway Airstrip, by the way?
It's in Brockway. It's just outside of Fredericton, between Harvey and St. Andrews.
Okay. Oh, okay. So you should have asked the question, not me, but you knew where it was. No. I'm an educator, and I like to know these things, and maybe I thought it was I never heard of the community. I'm sorry. I express my apologies to the member there. Are there any firefighting facility airstrips in northern New Brunswick? A lot of woods up there.
So for sure, where we base our aircraft or where we utilize a number of airstrips, both the commercial airports, the ones in Miramichi, Charlotte, and whatnot, and we have a number of airstrips that we continue to maintain for use during fire suppression activities with our aircraft. I can get you a list of those. Do we have? What's that? We have 14 across the province
Okay,
that are maintained. So they are, the intent is to have them located so that we have a good grid across the province and a good response time, no matter where a fire is. We are responsible for forest fires on both private and Crown lands, so it's important to have access to airstrip facilities, as well as our regional staff are dispersed throughout the province to make sure that we can suppress any fires as soon as they start.
I appreciate that. The other question I have is on your report with regards to stocking fish province-wide in lakes, I assume, and some of the rivers. And I just want to have an update. Do you get that stock from from fish hatcheries? Do we have enough fish hatcheries in the province, or do we have agreements with a fish hatchery to supply that, contracts?
So all of our stocking or fish stock come from within the province. So we purchase from a hatchery up in the north in Charlotte. I think there's a hatchery in the south where we purchase some as well. And we, with fish stocking, the challenge is really at the hatchery level, keeping fish alive long enough so that they're large enough to put in lakes. It's a biological system, and having fish in holding tanks is usually an area where disease, if it gets introduced, it devastates them. So we've seen stocking numbers go up and down, and largely it's based on the success of the rearing program at our fish hatcheries.
Thank you very much, Deputy. And Ms. Anderson-Mason, over to you.
So I started with some mining questions, and I did not get very far, I'm afraid.
32 was the answer.
I think 32 was the answer. And it did take precisely 2 minutes to get that. But thank you very much for that information. A couple of other questions. So how many mines in total would we have in the province of New Brunswick?
We have 7 active mines in the province.
7 active mines. How many inactive would we have?
$13 inactive mines.
And I'm assuming one of those would be in my backyard, not Brockway, but Mount Pleasant.
That's not the one,
some years.
Yeah, they would be part of what we consider the quote-unquote operating mines, but there's a claim associated.
Under claims.
Under claims. So there's still a mine there. It's not operating, as you know, but it's still part of the active number that we have.
So is that included in the 7? Maybe you can explain that to me a little more. Because I noticed that when I asked the question, I'm not sure if the camera caught it, but the answer that I saw was this. So I think there's a bit of an explanation to it.
Okay, so with Mount Pleasant, it's held, most of our mines have mining leases issued to
Yes.
them. Mount Pleasant is held under a claim, if I'm remembering it correctly. And to be honest, I don't have the details with me of the history of that, but we can certainly get that to you. It's on our list of mines that we're very interested in, would like to see, moving more. It's got some good minerals there, but it's a little different, the
And
way the
it's-
tenure's managed.
Yes, so those are precisely the questions that I have, and
Okay.
I intend to ask them specific to the mine, to Mount Pleasant, but also then more broadly in relation to other areas in New Brunswick. So at the present time, my understanding is that the lease is foreign-owned. Is that accurate?
Yes, that's the company, not the lease per se, but the company itself is, the majority shareholders are foreign-based.
Do we have any restrictions? So we know that in the province of New Brunswick, the minerals are owned by the Crown.
Yes.
And then we provide leases.
Yep.
Do we have any restriction on foreign ownership when it comes to the leases that we provide? And could you identify for me what percentage of our leases do have foreign ownership?
So there's nothing in our acts or regulation that prevent foreign ownership in any way on our leases. And we've got kind of the company name, but we don't have the ownership or the makeup, but we could certainly endeavor to find that for each of our leases.
And so what type of monitoring does the province of New Brunswick do with respect to these leases? Because we know that this is a very mineral-rich area. And again, back to your answer as to whether or not the mine is active, we have a mine with great potential that there appears no activity. How long do you allow a company to maintain a lease and not show any activity? Are we coming back after lunch? Okay.
So our mining leases and our mining claims each have certain requirements that have to be followed to make sure that activity progresses. In this case, held under claims, there's work requirements that need to be done annually, and we review that periodically. They send in the reports to say we've done this much work. We check against requirements, sign off on that, oversee that. However, you can carry forward work requirements. So if you do a lot of work in one year, you can spread that over another year. So there can be periods of low activity or inactivity on a site.
Can you give us some examples of work required?
Yeah, when it comes to, could be anything, could be drilling, could be bulk samples, could be something as simple in an early claim, it could be something as simple as till geochemistry or surveys, aerial surveys, that sort of thing. Any work done to progress the understanding of the resource on that site, or the resource on the site where the minerals are, would be considered towards the work requirements, or to develop the site.
But what I also hear you saying is it's quite possible that a company could use to do a significant amount of work in 1 year and then potentially carry it forward for another 19?
It's not unlimited. They do expire. How long you can carry it over, I believe it's 10 years.
10
that you can
years?
carry it, but
What is the average length of these leases?
leases specifically are issued typically for 20 years and then can be renewed. Claims are year to year.
And what happens at the end of the 20 years? Is there an opportunity to extend?
Yes.
And what are the conditions?
They need to have been in compliance with the previous lease, obviously, before we would consider renewing it. Are there established list of conditions? As long as they're in compliance with the lease and they're showing that they will continue to develop and work the site, then we would certainly be looking at extending that lease. It's the minister's approval whether or not the lease gets renewed.
I think my concern is individuals sitting on leases for extended period of time and not actively using them, particularly when we're considering foreign ownership. Are there other jurisdictions that regulate foreign ownership?
Yeah, I wouldn't be able to speak to that right now in terms of how they treat foreign-owned companies, no. But we can look into it.
We can do a jurisdictional scan and provide that to the committee? Excellent. Just a couple of other questions that I have. I see that on page, I believe it's 12 of your report, in your highlights, you indicate that there was a generation of $3.5 million in revenue from rents, fees, and royalties associated with mineral, hydrocarbon, crown peat, and crown aggregate resources in 2021. Is that the total amount of revenue for all mining work, royalties in the province of New Brunswick? When there's actually 450 active leases, licenses, and permits?
Yes, that's the 450 active leases, licenses, and permits. So it would be revenue from all those fees, revenue from royalties for many of our products. Royalties for our metallic minerals are collected under the Metallic Minerals Tax Act, so that's a different, it's under the Department of Finance. So that would not be in there, but the rest of it would.
Would you have access to that number?
For 21, 22.
She knew right where I was going. Yeah. Yeah, okay.
So the metallic minerals tax revenue is 789 million.
I'm going to cut in now because we're almost at the noon hour. I would ask the person to your right, Deputy, if she could just give us her name and her title for Hansard.
Jennifer Wells.
Jennifer Wells, it's W-E-L-L-E-S, which confuses some people, Acting Assistant Deputy Minister for the Mineral Resources Division.
Thank you very, very much. Now, it's my understanding that when we break for lunch, the Government Caucus has a briefing at 1 o'clock, so they may be late returning, so I'm asking if we can have an agreement to continue on with the questioning since your turn is up and we can go to the other two parties to get their questions in the event that you're late. So do we have an agreement around that? And we will not entertain any motions at that time until the Government Caucus returns. So we will break for lunch and we'll reconvene at 1 o'clock. Monsieur Arsenault, I will pass the floor to you. Oh, Deputy?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I wanted to correct an earlier number that I reflected in terms of our metallic minerals tax. I think I quoted it as millions. It's 789,000, not millions. Thank you.
Monsieur Arsenault, over to you.
Yeah, I just have a few little questions here, I think. I just want to make sure I wasn't scheduled to be up right at this time, but just want to make sure I have my paperwork. Individual prospect. Just want to, a couple of things here. One is the, did you want me to wait till Dave's ready? I can go. Well, go ahead. I didn't want to jump ahead of you.
You know me, and I'm racing in a long time.
Thank you for pitching in.
All right, go ahead.
You all right? Yeah? Sure. Thanks. Okay, thanks. So, good afternoon. I wanted to talk and ask some questions around some work that was done in 21-22 on the Atlantic Clean Power Planning Committee for the Clean Power Roadmap. The results of that were published in July 2021. So it was basically the culmination of a lot of work, a lot of staff time, a lot of resources that way from the province along with the other Atlantic provinces. So the analysis, the detailed analysis was done then entitled Potential Benefits of Regional Coordination in a Low Carbon Future Ensuring Electricity Reliable, a document which I'm sure you're familiar with. They looked at a number of scenarios going out to 2050, assuming net zero by 2050. So I'm wondering whether any of this has been integrated into effectively the department's energy policy.
I would say that through the Climate Change Action Plan, some of the net zero targets and things that relate to energy and how we'll get there, it would be incorporated in that. And that study and group looked at ways that we would meet the clean electricity target or clean electricity needs by 2030 and 2050. So SMRs were looked at in that, more wind, additional resources from Hydro-Quebec and potentially Newfoundland by 2050. So I'd say yes, we continue to look at those resources. MB Power is currently working on their next integrated resource plan, which will include some of those further out dates. So their next resource plan would go out to 2040, I believe, with a target for 2050, and meeting clean electricity standard from the federal government and all of that, so, yeah.
So most of these scenarios assume a considerable amount more wind and battery storage. The federal government just announced in the summer $255 million to Nova Scotia, 100 and some odd million for primarily offshore wind, and another 120-something million, 130 million for energy storage in the province. This was through the Smart Renewables and Electrification Pathway Program that you referenced earlier. How much money has New Brunswick obtained through that program so far?
I'm not sure of the very specific amount, but I know the St. John wind project and storage component received some of that SREP funding. We do have a letter in with NRCan now requesting a sort of similar allocation so that we could go out and try to get new renewable sources. So we're waiting for NRCan to get back to us on if we would have a similar allocation.
And that's for wind and storage, similar in Nova Scotia?
It would be for any renewal, so what we would probably do, yes, it would include wind, solar, and storage would be the likely ones, but could include bioenergy if that came in at the, was included.
Okay, thank you. I was looking at the contract with Wayne Power, WTP Advisory Services, to run the nuclear secretariat that was signed on December 31st, 2021 by you, Deputy. And there are a series of deliverables listed in the contract, including to advise the provide strategic advice and guidance to advance development and opportunities related to small nuclear reactors, and to provide advice on positioning runs of companies to be able to participate in SMR economic development. But when I looked at the suppliers list for 21-22, I didn't see any payments to either Wayne Power or his company WTP Advisory Services. So did he not do any work from January through to April 1st of 2022?
Yes, he did some work, but the amount was below the threshold for reporting, so it didn't get reflected in the.
So it was under the threshold for reporting, That's what you're saying. So how much did he, what sort of work did he do?
Well, he did exactly what was described. I think, the providing advisory services on the SMR development. I think he was instrumental in the supply chain event, or orchestrating the supply chain event and whatnot. So that type of work, again, providing advisory type of work to the department and to the government. So
And
that's
just remind me, that threshold's 30,000, is that what it is?
30,000, yes, is the threshold.
Right, yeah. So I've noted, though, that the nuclear secretariat now has been replaced by an energy secretariat. Has that got a broader mandate?
Yeah, it's similar type of mandate, but broadened to look at, all energy as opposed to just the SMR file. So that's where I mentioned, we're looking at hydrogen or hydrogen development. There's discussions going on from both Beldoon and the Port of St. John around hydrogen. SMRs is obviously one. Natural gas discussion that's obviously been looked at, as well as LNG exports, involved in that type of a discussion as well. And, we look at biomass and other energy sources as well into the mix, as Heather has mentioned.
And when was that contract signed for the expanded mandate?
It was not a new contract. It was under the same contract.
But the existing contract only speaks to the nuclear sector, total, period. Wiping out.
Yes, there was an amendment to the existing contract. We didn't sign a new contract, and we would look to be renewing the overall contract with Mr. Powers.
So when was the amended contract signed?
Two weeks ago.
Okay. Is there any reason your staff can't do any of this work?
Certainly, Mr. Powers brings, I think, a skill set that I would say we don't have in the department. He brings experience on large projects, brings experience from a business standpoint. Our supply chain is a good example in terms of what businesses need to be involved, what businesses need to do to get geared up and get ready for a new type of development. He's been involved, I think, in things like developing the ocean superclusters, so he brings a skill set that I don't think we have in the department. We're more on the energy policy as opposed to the business development side of things.
Right, that wasn't always the case, of course, because you had Neil Jacobson as an ADM there at one point, and that's sort of his skill set, if I recall correctly. And in fact, in your suppliers list, you've got an amount above the $30,000 you paid to Mr. Jacobson's company, Roxham Advisory and Consulting. What sort of work did he carry out for the department?
So Mr. Jacobson was engaged for a community energy review.
Community, sorry?
Community energy review that was done through the Climate Change Fund.
Okay, thank you. Sticking with the suppliers list, you paid Severin Holdings, that's Bob Uden's consulting company, $31,515 for exactly what?
Mr. Uden was engaged with providing strategic advice and working with the utility, so it was to provide strategic advice to government.
On how to work with utility?
No, on aspects that the utility was involved in and improving, I guess, the economics of the utility, so it was really working on projects with the utility.
Right, but why was he contracting with you?
Pardon?
Why wouldn't he contract with MB Power? Why is he showing up in your books?
I think it was of interest for the government to have Mr. Uden involved in it.
So therefore, you hired him and then shipped him off to MB Power to do whatever the government wanted him to do there?
We
I understand.
engaged him and had him working with MB Power, yes.
And to do exactly what?
On strategic advice, looking at strategic direction and, areas for improvement.
Does it sort of sound like a back doorway to have the Premier intervene in MB Power without being visibly doing it?
It was more of a strategic nature. I think he was working with the utility on strategic direction, so I don't think it was the Premier's involvement, it was Mr. Uden's involvement with the department.
Okay. In 2021-22, you provided $10 million you obtained through the Climate Change Fund to support research into small nuclear reactors. In the list of suppliers, I see that ARC Nuclear Canada was paid $10 million. I'm assuming, one, that's, well, you can tell me, is that the $10 million that was obtained through the Climate Change Fund that you paid to ARC?
Yes, it was.
And so that's a lot of money. In fact, it's the largest amount of money that the Climate Change Fund has provided to date to any department. So I was talking to Environment yesterday and local government about accountability around when you're giving out $10 million. So what did that actually buy the taxpayers in New Brunswick, that $10 million?
So that was the funding that I think the province, sponsorship or grant that the province put into ARC for the development in terms of them proceeding through the vendor design review process that they needed to do. They've hired, I don't have the exact number, but certainly a significant number of highly skilled staff working in St. John, in the province, as a result of that. They also leveraged that, part of the requirement was that they match the funding, so they leveraged that with their own funds and matched it. And, the department has representatives that sits on the strategic committee that reviews how the progress is taking place and ensures that the funds have gone to what it's intended for, as well as they are achieving the results that we're looking for.
So who in the department actually oversees then the expenditure of that I assume there's a contract signed with him, is there, for the 10 million in deliverables?
Yes, there is a funding agreement signed with ARC between three parties, actually, the department, ARC, and MB Power.
And so for this 10 million, then who in the department oversees its, the sort of accountability around the delivery of the terms of the funding agreement?
So we have two levels of governance around that. There's a project oversight committee that staff participate on from all three organizations. And then we have a strategic board that sits, that I participate in, as well as CEO from MB Power, the chief nuclear officer from MB Power, as well as officials from ARC.
So how do you ensure financial accountability oversight when the company that you're overseeing is part of these boards?
The intent of those boards, we aren't the board that runs ARC. The intent of those boards is the development that's taking place to oversee that it is happening, and it's on track, everything.
Right, but someone's got to be looking at how that money is being spent.
Monsieur Arsenault? Hold that thought, Mr. Kuhn.
Don't worry, I will.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I just want to get back to my last topic on fish hatcheries, and I know there's not very many in the province, but I'm led to believe that they're in fragile territory with regards to finances and, you know, and this and that, and what they would need is some long-term commitments from the department for buying us contracts, and so that they can regulate their finances and make some. Just wondering, are there programs in the department for upgrades of fish hatcheries? I'm led to believe they're getting kind of old, and so I'm just wondering if there's a program, and are you involved with any of the fish hatcheries?
Yeah, there's two pieces to that. I think certainly you mentioned contract. We do have a long-term contract for that purpose, so they have some stability and expectation of funding. Recently, I believe RDC did provide some funding to the Charlotte hatchery for improvements.
Okay. No, I'm glad to hear that, and I think that we have to do more of that, and because if we lose those fish hatcheries, we're going to have to be a bigger expense in the long run. The other question I have for you is earlier in your comments this morning, we talked about the organizational chart, and you talked about a mandate letter or mandate letters not being on the website or whatever. You were hired, deputy ministers are appointed by the premier, am I not right?
Yes, that's correct.
Yeah. So do you have a direct reporting line to the premier? Do you meet with the premier? Do you report to the premier?
Yes, I report to the premier, and I meet with them regularly. I have, you know, our deputy minister accountability is through the clerk, and you know, our mandate letter comes through the clerk, and we report on our progress on the mandate letter to the clerk.
So the minister would have a mandate letter, and you would have a mandate letter, separate mandate letters, or are they the same mandate letter?
No, it's the same mandate letter.
Okay. Are they for public consumption? Are they will they be on the website?
I don't believe they're on our website. I'll check to see if government, I would look for government to post them all.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. So you're not aware whether they're posted, or if they
I'm
should,
not.
if there's a policy not to post them, because at one time they were posted, and then all of a sudden it seemed as if they didn't get posted, and maybe it's just an oversight, but just thought I'd check on it. Checking off my list here. The other item I have is with regards to glyphosate. You know, there's quite a controversy over glyphosate and this and that, and I'm just wondering, is the department actively pursuing alternate solutions to the use of glyphosate? I know you get the idea that, you know, it's safe and, you know, we're using minimal, whatever. I get all that. But are we actually, to satisfy the general public, because there is a feeling out there that it is not safe and they don't want it, they want the glyphosate to stop, is the department pursuing alternate solutions to eliminate the use of glyphosate in the province?
As you stated, we do consider managing our planted stands to be important. The planted stands, as we've described in the past, do support much of the wood supply. That provides us opportunities to do other things in other places. So we will continue to manage our planted stands in a way that maintains their growth. We do think as we move forward in the stands that we will be planting, we won't see the same level of competition that we have in the past. In other words, over the last 40 years, where we have planted, it was the natural stands, okay, where the hardwood competition and other deciduous tree species were in competition to a greater extent than we will believe them to be in the future, because we'll be just replanting the areas that we've planted in the past. So we do think, and this requires some work on the ground to understand, but we do think as we plant those stands that have been planted in the past, we won't have the same level of competition that we've had over the last 30 or 40 years.
Okay, I guess we could get into this all afternoon, but you really didn't tell me if you're pursuing alternate solutions. You just said that we may not need glyphosate. In the future, we may not, you know, but, okay, I'll go on to something else, and it's, NB Power declared a surplus, I believe, this past spring. I'm just wondering what they did with that surplus. How much was it, and what did they do with that surplus?
That's surprising.
Well, they declared a surplus, and they fired the chairman. I'm sorry. It's not good to produce a surplus. Only one person can do it as a premier.
I'm just going by recollection as we try to pull up their annual report. I believe they had a small surplus identified in their books, and I would say, you know, ask the utility. I think they're appearing next week, or someone mentioned they were appearing next week on how that surplus got utilized, but it didn't. I don't believe they paid down, or I don't think it went towards debt.
I thought they turned over, and I could be wrong with the amount, but I thought they turned over 50 million of that surplus to the government for their surplus. And I was wondering why they wouldn't have kept it, and why apply for higher rates if they have a surplus, and how they're going to. That's what I couldn't understand, what the thinking was to turn it over. Why wouldn't they, you know, just keep it and bring it in and don't apply for new rates, you know? It's a little like what they're going to do is refund people this year and then take it back the year after. But with this one, I'm surprised at. So maybe you could send me a note on it, or table it with the committee, the surplus and what they used it for.
Yeah, I think we're mixing two different conversations. I'm not aware of the utility returning 50 million to the province. So I'd ask the utility on that if that was indeed the case. But I think, you know, the reference to rates that you're referring to this year is the act change that was made last year, the variance accounts that were created, and quite simply, those accounts are designed and operating the way they were designed. We were one of the last jurisdictions, I think, to provide that mechanism to our utility, where they predict a cost of something like fuel, and if the cost is higher than what they predict, there's a tolerance there. But if it's significantly higher, then the ratepayers the next year make up that difference. The same thing happens if the cost is significantly lower. The ratepayers benefit from that, and it's just a one-time adjustment to make sure that they stay whole. So indeed, what's taking place, and all of that's under the purview and the oversight of the EUB in terms of looking at the numbers in the books. And I think what you're referring to is the application for the 1 cent or rebate on rates this year. It'll be a one-time rebate because the variance accounts that were set up are operating exactly as intended.
Okay, thank you. With that, Mr. Chair, I'll turn the rest of my time over to my colleague here, as I think I won't have much time near the end. So.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you to my colleague. My first question is in regards of the budwort spraying. And I know that in page 9 we talked about in the highlights, and you detected and treated over 75,000 hectares of hotspot spruce budworm population. And I know that I was privileged to be on the Environment and Climate Change Committee the last few years when we had a lot of stakeholders and subject matter experts come in, and I remember I believe you guys even gave a presentation on what was, in the fold, how you guys were treating this positively and the challenges. But I'd like to know for the committee, as of this year in the report, what has been done and what, compared to other provinces, I know that, how do we look and how is this program, is it bringing any return on the woodlots?
Okay, well, I'll start with where our budworm program originated, and it was in early 2010s. It was reported to us that Quebec was experiencing a spruce budworm outbreak. In 2013, they had reported about 3.2 million hectares of defoliation. 3.2 million hectares is the size of Crown land in New Brunswick, so we thought that was quite significant. We developed with the federal government and industry in the Maritimes, the Atlantic region, what we call the Healthy Forest Partnership. The Healthy Forest Partnership developed a proposal to try to prevent an outbreak in the Atlantic provinces. So our history of spruce budworm is to fight the budworm once it establishes itself and creates an outbreak, and we usually started that once defoliation started. The idea of the Healthy Forest Partnership was to create an early intervention strategy. We call it EIS. And the idea with that is to identify where the populations are growing and try to reduce the population in that area by spraying just that area. So when we started this in 2014, the idea was between 2014 and 2021, we would be spraying 200,000, 300,000, 400,000 hectares a year to help prevent an outbreak in New Brunswick. The thing's working because over that time period, we sprayed much less area than what we had predicted. There's a few things there. We do about 1,500 plots every year to find out where the population is, where it's taking hold. We go to that area the next spring and we hit those budworm before they can establish themselves. And the evidence is that we're not usually spraying the same areas twice. So the population moves around a little bit, we find out where it is, and we hit it before it starts growing. And the proof is in the pudding. We've had very little defoliation in New Brunswick. I think our largest year was about 10,000 hectares of defoliation. Usually it's running between 0 and 5,000 hectares of defoliation. So a really good news story in New Brunswick where we've essentially prevented a budworm outbreak. The area of defoliation in Quebec has risen to 13 million hectares. That's more than twice the area of the forest in New Brunswick. Now, it looks as though that population's it looks like they've eaten themselves, so to speak, out of house and home. So it looks like that population is declining. But on the flip side, the population looks to be growing, certainly in Newfoundland, but also in Cape Breton. So it looks like it's moving west, and we've prevented it, at least so far, from moving south. So Newfoundland is starting with the EIS program over the last 2 years, 3 years perhaps, and they have sprayed hotspots up in the northern part near Gros Morne. And the latest numbers that have come in just over the last couple of weeks is that Nova Scotia is starting to see some populations, as I said, in Cape Breton. So this is a partnership. I think we've got the proof in New Brunswick because we were first to really jump into this through the partnership. We've shown that it works, we've shown that it can be done, and we hope that the other provinces follow our lead on this one.
So how do you guys inform the people in those areas where you're going to be targeting the spraying? How do people, how do they get contacted?
So our minister does have the authority to spray on private land, and the process that we use is we map this late in the year, so in November or December, and then if there are private woodlots, so private land holdings that are affected, we send a letter to the landowner, and we ask them. And over the last, well, since 2014, I'm looking at our summaries, I would say there's been less than 8,000 hectares, maybe 10,000 hectares sprayed on private land. And there's very little, there's a very small proportion of people that say no, because we're essentially helping protect their forests.
So for all New Brunswickers and people who are listening, is this mainly being done in the northern part of the province, or it's all scattered all over?
Because it's originating from Quebec, certainly if I showed you a map, the predominant areas that we've sprayed are in the north. So draw a line across middle New Brunswick and it would be, north of Blackville.
Thank you very much, members. I would imagine, Ms. Anderson-Mason, you have more questions? Then the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. I just want to finish up very quickly on the last couple of questions I had with respect to the mining sector. There was a discussion earlier about the role of the province in overseeing the activity of leases. And what I heard was, as long as the province is satisfied that there is some level of work being done, they will continue to allow the lease to be in place. My question is, do they actually take the word of the owner of the lease, or do they actually go out and do inspections as well? So as an example, I think about my own backyard of Mount Pleasant, knowing that the condition of the mine and some of the buildings out there are in significant state of disrepair. Does the province actually go out and investigate on the ground?
So yes, we do inspections or, require the data if they're collecting data as part of their initiative. So we verify their information.
So is that a regular audit that you do?
Yeah.
Yes,
As needed.
yes.
So how often would you be inclined to visit a site? You've only got 7 active ones.
Can you ask them if they've ever terminated a lease because of inactivity?
So we don't have a set schedule, but we do regular records reviews to make sure that they're up to date on their claims, and then we go out once a year maybe. For when things are changing, we would obviously go out more often than that.
Have you ever terminated a lease due to inactivity?
We have, yes. In Lake George, we recently canceled a lease there after several years of investigation for, I understand, non-compliance there.
No, it's close. Aggregates. Some of the income that we saw was in relation to aggregates. How does the pricing of our aggregates compare to other jurisdictions? How do you monitor it? She said Lake George. Didn't she say Lake George? Oh, I thought she said Lake George. I find it really hard to hear her. Yep. forestry questions. I got forestry questions. I wanted these ones just to go fast.
So we don't have a scan or a jurisdictional scan of what aggregate is in other jurisdictions. We do review the rates from time to time. I think the last one was reviewed in 2016, 2017, where the determination was the current rate.
Is the jurisdictional scan, maybe even just for the Atlantic provinces? For our neighbors?
Yes, we will certainly look at what
Thank you.
aggregate.
And how
I'm
do you
not
go?
familiar enough whether aggregate is aggregate everywhere. So is a rock the same as a rock in southern Nova Scotia, the same as a rock in southern Brunswick? I assume it depends on what type of rock you're interested in. So we'll have a look and see what information we can come up with.
Do you still have a question on that one? When we are charging individuals for aggregate, how is it monitored? Is it on the honor system?
No, we would be reviewing it, and that they would submit their reports in as to how much they've done. We'd check and make sure that it was, that it matched our understanding.
Okay.
So,
No. I don't know, it's kind of like this one that I got earlier. I hope I'm not on camera.
Yeah.
I hope it's not
So they do report, it is somewhat of the honor system. They do report to us on what their, loads are, or the number of, amount of aggregate that take place. We do a monitoring of it and an assessment of it. And if we're indeed in doubt, we can do a survey of the site to determine how big the hole actually is, type of thing.
Because we don't have scales at every site, clearly. It's not feasible for us to have scales at every site. So how often are those pits monitored?
It would depend on what we see as the activity of the pit. So certainly when there's little activity going on, there's little monitoring. But as there's amount of activity, we would be there more frequently.
I'm going to talk a little louder because I don't know about you, but it's a little challenging to hear in here today. But I'm happy that it's warm. Maybe we need some heat pumps. That's what I hear there's a few of them being given out these days. Couple more. I'm going to switch my line of questioning, and I'd like to ask some questions about forestry. In fact, the member opposite very much piqued my attention when he was talking about the changes that are being made at the European Union. And the term that he used was forest degradation. And at the time, I went searching for a definition, and I was not able to locate it to see exactly what the definition is vis-a-vis the legislation, the regulations coming out of the European Union. But I did find this statement that when a forest is degraded, it still exists, but it can no longer function well. It becomes a shell of its former self. Its health declines until it can no longer support people and wildlife by, for example, filtering the air we breathe and the water we drink, and providing animals with food and places to live. And I would say that that is very significant. And so what I would like to talk about is the health of New Brunswick's forestry. So certainly there has been an evolution over the years, and my background, this is quite out of my wheelhouse, but when I think about the knowledge that I do have, I think back to an older sibling. My eldest sibling is a forest engineer, and he is 12 years older than I am, and I remember many stories as a youngster about the health of our forestry. So the time period would be in the mid-'80s. Can you just give us a brief overview of where we've come from and where we're going?
Yep, absolutely. So in 1982, the government of the time realized that there needed to be major changes on how the forest was managed. Okay, and at the time, there was over 120, what we would think about as sub-licensees, small mills around the province, and really what they needed to do to access fiber was to go to their local DNR office and ask to cut wood, and they cut wood. And in the late 70s, DNR and other experts looked at the long-term sustainability of that wood supply and found that by about this time, 2020, we would essentially run out of wood. So the way that the forest was being managed was not sustainable. So the way that in the early 80s things changed was they implemented the Crown Lands and Forest Act. The Crown Lands and Forest Act is very broad in terms of what the forest is to be managed for, but it does set a structure on how to oversee its management. And the way that that was done was that the Crown Forest was put into 10 licenses, and those licenses were given to mainly pulp and paper mills. Pulp and paper mills have a long-term view. It takes about a 25-year return on investment. So forest management agreements were signed with licensees so that that forest could come under technical management. And that technical management included long-term planning. So looking at the forest that they had at the time and looking 80 to 100 years out to say, how much wood can we harvest sustainably? Okay, and that started in 82. And every 5 years we redo that. So 87, 92, 97, okay? So that's part of the act, is every 5 years we reevaluate this. And every 5 years we update our inventory, so we do all this work to say, okay, what's the inventory of fiber out there on the ground? What's the inventory of habitat? What's the inventory of all the things that are important? And we say, how do we sustain that over the long term? In essence, if I can summarize, and I was describing this to the deputy earlier, in 1982, the forecast was to cut around 3.7 million cubic meters of softwood every year, okay? And if we did that in 2020, which is about now, the forecast was that we would reach this low point where the inventory hits just about what we're cutting, and then the inventory would start to grow after 2020, okay? Now, the forecast in the early 80s forecast only about 7 to 10% in conservation. So what my counterpart in the early 80s said was, okay, you can cut 3.7 million cubic meters of softwood continually year after year. It will be difficult by the time you get to 2020, but it's sustainable for essentially ever. Here are the things you have to do it. And at the time, the forecast was to protect about 7% of the land base, buffers essentially. I guess the good news when we look back at that story is this. Baskerville and those people that were around in the early 80s were right about 2020. We are at this lower point in the inventory. We're actually cutting a bit more, about 3.9 million cubic meters of softwood. What they had wrong was we don't have 7% in conservation, we've got 30% in conservation. So the activities that we've taken over time to improve our management has resulted in actually a vast improvement in our ability to both produce wood supply and conserve land. And part of that is intensive management on some parts of the land base where we plant trees. On the other end of the continuum is areas that we permanently protect so it's not touched by the hand of man. And in the middle, we try to balance objectives where we produce wood supply but maintain habitats. So I would say that we've done a good job over the last 40 years in balancing the needs of New Brunswickers, the interests of New Brunswickers, and of the forested ecosystem.
I appreciate that very much. In fact, it was in the mid-'80s when my brother was in university doing his degree. So these were regular conversations that were at my house. Just recently, I went away for a few days with my children, and I snapped on the TV for a little bit. It's about the only time I ever do watch TV is when I'm in a hotel room. And there was a really disappointing program that was on, and it was talking about the fear in our young people today, how there are young people today who do not want to have children because of their fear for what they're seeing with the environment. And it struck me very deeply because I think that we often talk and put these fearful ideas we talk about them in such a way that it is impacting our youth and it is causing great stress in our youth. But in fact, we actually have some really good news stories that we need to talk about, especially here in New Brunswick, because I do believe that we are going in a direction. We are sustaining biodiversity, and there is ecological sustainability. And we also have a vibrant market where we have 2 billion GDP, is that correct? That comes from forestry in the province of New Brunswick with 22,000 jobs. And sometimes I have to sit back when I hear people talking about forestry in New Brunswick and scratch my head. We have an operating budget in the province of New Brunswick of $10 billion. We are dependent on the federal government for equalization payments of 2.63. If we are going to just go out and say full stop, where's that going to leave the province of New Brunswick? I think we can do a better job, and I think we are doing a better job. And when I hear that story, when I hear you talk about where we've come from and where we're going, I have confidence in our future. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Yeah, I see a bright future. Forestry, and we see this at CCFM, or the Canadian Council of Forest Ministers, there's no doubt about it, forestry is changing. The expectations for forest companies, the expectation of governments, because of millennials and because of expectations that younger people have about the environment, about biodiversity, and about the forest, the expectations are changing. In the early 80s, we measured how sustainable the timber flow was. If we installed culverts correctly, you know, that's all way more complex now. We measure ourselves with respect to diversity in the workforce, you name it. So ESG reporting, all the things are changing with respect to how we measure ourselves. And that's being driven by consumers and by the public.
Thank you very much. Mr. Cohn, we have approximately 12 minutes left. I will allow you 10 so that we can have a few minutes to close things off.
Thank you very much. I want to get back to the $10 million that you have given to ARC Nuclear Canada. So as of November 2021, the Climate Change Fund provided you with $10 million, to pass on to ARC Nuclear. So ARC Nuclear in 2019 completed the first phase of the voluntary vendor design process the Canadian Nuclear Safety Commission operates. It's an optional service they provide to companies. It's not a legal requirement. I'm assuming this $10 million was to help bankroll ARC Nuclear's application or material to go into the phase 2 of the voluntary design review process that the Canadian Nuclear Safety Commission runs. So, has that been completed? I have seen no evidence that it's even underway in ARC's news releases or in the annual report or in any DNRE news release.
Yeah, again, they've matched the dollars in terms of private sector funding, in terms of the dollars that the government put in versus the dollars the company has put in. It has been used in terms of their vendor design review and progressing, I guess, their initiative, their project forward. They are meeting all of the milestones. That's really why the strategic boards meet. Are they meeting their milestones? They are, I believe, almost complete their vendor design review 2, which is a significant milestone for them, and will move them into the presumably the construction phase.
So can you provide the clerk's office so the committee can review the funding agreement that you've signed with ARC Nuclear Canada for this $10 million? Our job is to look at whether taxpayers are getting value for their money when the departments expend it. You've handed over $10 million, and I get this nervous feeling that it's pretty opaque what's going on. So can you provide that funding agreement, please?
So again, there is 2 different committees that have oversight on the development work that's going on and the activities that are going on as ARC develops their technology. So I wouldn't say we've handed it over and walked away. Both those committees meet regularly and have oversight in terms of the progress to date. We have timelines, Gantt charts, in terms of the steps that need to take place in order for them to be successful with their project. We can certainly provide what we can provide that's not that meets the RTIPA, I guess, descriptions. There is certainly some vendor-specific information in those agreements and in the Gantt charts that I think would be confidential information.
We are the penultimate oversight committee when it comes to spending tax dollars in this province, Mr. Deputy, and so you should be providing the full funding agreement to this committee. Let me ask you about, on your suppliers list, $3.5 million to Moltex Energy Canada. The other startup is looking at developing a nuclear, small nuclear reactor. Where did those funds come from, and are they operating under a funding agreement as well?
So the Moltex funding for the 3.5 came out of the department's budget, and essentially it was constructed the exact same way. There's an agreement between the three parties, the utility, ourselves, and Moltex, and it's being used for the exact same thing in their development of their technology.
So can you please provide the funding agreement you signed with Moltex for that $3.5 million that's come out of your budget, apparently?
Again, yes, as long as what we provide meets the RTIPA legal requirements.
Thank you. It's been 6 months since NB Power's CEO was removed from his position. Has a new CEO been identified?
I believe that's work in progress. The process there would be for the board to provide or go through a recruitment process, which I believe they're going through, and to provide a recommendation to government. So that has not been completed yet.
I'll ask NB Power next week, I guess. On the Caribou mine, the principal shareholder is Swiss multinational Glencore. That's a huge company. It's also the principal market for Caribou mine's ore. So I don't understand why the department is facing environmental liabilities related to Caribou mine when surely Glencore should be the one taking it over. They, in 2015, were ranked the 10th largest company in the world by Fortune 500, and just last year, the world's largest commodity trader. Why would New Brunswick be left holding the bag for them on this mine?
Well, again, it's a financial issue that's in the courts and in the process, I guess, that we are involved in because of our interest to ensure that the environmental issues are addressed and dealt with. We have a legal team on this, and if there's a legal responsibility that either Trevally New Brunswick, Trevally Corporate, or Glencore has, then we will certainly be pursuing that.
Well, I wonder if the amendment, the act governing this needs some sprucing up to ensure that principal shareholders actually are liable, because it appears so far, subject of course to whatever legal advice you're getting, that there's been no discussion about liability on the part of the principal shareholder in this case.
And again, we're pursuing all of our legal options, as all the parties are, and making sure that we explore what possibilities are there. You mentioned the Mining Act. I would agree with you 100%. We have had on our plans or our minds for a while that we do need to have a review and a look at the Mining Act and look for areas that need change. I think industry would like to see change. I think public would like to see change, and the department would like to see some changes. So it's not a light lift, because I think it's very old and in some areas outdated act in terms of the Mining Act. We just need to put the resources to it and get it done.
That's great. I look forward to a bill coming forward to the legislature to amend the Mining Act, to modernize it. I agree with you. It's long overdue. And on that note, Mr. Chair, positive one, I want to thank the deputy and the staff, and those are my questions for the department.
Thank you so much, Mr. Cohn, and I think that pretty much does our time for this session with Natural Resources and Energy Development. So at this point, Deputy, I think I would pass it over to you for closing remarks.
I'd certainly like to thank the committee for their questions. I think they're very pointed questions and certainly relevant questions to the activities that the department does. I hope we've, certainly explored or showed you that we're interested in trying to answer them as wholesomely and as completely as possible. I started out by saying how passionate the staff at our department are about our resources and managing our resources, and that's reflected in the work they do every day. So certainly I'd like to thank the staff that are here, but as well the staff that are in the field today and at the office today supporting us as they do every day. Thank you very much.
Thank you for that, and we'd certainly like to thank you and your staff for being here today and for answering the questions in such a forthwith manner. And also, I would remind you that any information that you've undertaken to provide to the committee, that you do so through the clerk. With that, we will take a 5-minute recess to allow for the New Brunswick Farm Products Commission to set up. Call the meeting to order. Welcome back, everybody. So before us this afternoon, we have the New Brunswick Farm Products Commission. Appearing, we have Robert Shannon, Chair and President. And Mr. Shannon, I would pass the floor over to you to introduce the rest of your team, as well as make any opening statements that you'd like to make.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. I'll introduce my people with me first, I guess. To my left is Jim Mockler, who's the acting interim general manager. To my right is Carrie Hallett, a regulation specialist. In fact, we have Bianca McLean, who's a regulation analyst. Some comments, I guess. Number one is thank you very much for the opportunity to give you an overview of the commission. And also that we'll be pleased to answer any question or try to answer any questions that you may have. As the chairman indicated, I'm Bob Shannon. I'm chairman of the commission. I've been I was chairman from 89 to 2001, and then from 2010 to present day. I'll try and provide an overview of the structure and the role of the commission, which is under the Natural Products Act. The commission is composed of 9 members appointed by the Lieutenant Governor and Council. There are 2 minister-appointed commissioners. 1 commissioner represents the dairy farmers of New Brunswick, and 1 commissioner represents the dairy processors of New Brunswick. There's 3 commissioners representing various agricultural commodities in New Brunswick, and 1 commissioner represents consumers. The chairperson, as I mentioned, I'm currently the chairperson appointed by the Lieutenant Governor and Council. The commissioners are supported by the 3 staff members who I have just introduced and are present with me. And we ensure that the boards and agencies exercise the powers granted to them in the manner intended under the Natural Products Act. The Natural Products Act gives us the authority to investigate, arbitrate, adjudicate upon, adjust, or otherwise settle any disputes involving producers, their agency boards, the processors, distributors, or transporters of farm products. We are a supervisory body, and that oversees 8 commodity boards and 2 agencies. The boards include apple, potatoes, dairy, pork, eggs, chicken, turkey, and cattle. The 2 agencies are for blueberries and cranberries. So to accomplish all this, the above, we attend meetings, we attend the Commodity Board's local district meetings, their annual general meetings, and national meetings in the instances where we're signatories to any federal provincial agreements on supply management, especially for supply management commodities such as chicken, turkey, and eggs. Each commodity undergoes an annual review in front of the Commission, during which the financial statements are reviewed and are examined, and highlights of the industry for the previous 12 months are discussed. We have additional authority with respect to the dairy industry. We also set the minimum and maximum wholesale prices for fluid milk, which is the price that retailers pay dairy processors for these products, and we set the minimum price as well. We also manage milk quality in the province, and we run lab testing on bacteria count, somatic cell count, freezing point temperatures, and inhibitors. These are the very broad guidelines, the roles and responsibilities. As I mentioned, we'll be happy to try to answer any questions that you may have. Thank you.
Much. And questions are in a 15-minute rotation, starting with the official opposition, then going to government, and then going to the third party. That being said, Monsieur Book, à vous.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Thank you so much for being here. I have to admit, I've been here almost 8.5 years, and I think it's the first time I have the Farm Product Commission in front of me. So I appreciate your introduction, because it gives me an idea of what you guys do. That's probably more a statement of my ignorance that the competency that you guys have. But I guess I have a few questions. I want to start by a lot of the products that you work with are run by supply management, as I understand it. So are we seeing any significant inflationary pricing? Because we all know that there's inflation going on right now. Are we seeing any significant inflationary pricing in certain regulated agricultural product based on supply and demand and other forces? Is supply management basically a factor or a non-factor in the inflation we're seeing regarding those regulated products?
Well, to answer your question, like the prices that are set by supply management are done based in various studies,
Yep.
which include, among other things, in the case of dairy as an example, the consumer price index and the cost of production. And so the inflation aspect of that would be included and then taken into consideration. And so that would also be considered the same. There's 4 supply managed commodities, which is the dairy, the chicken, turkey, and the eggs. And they all, at the national associations, set their prices based on those studies. I hope I've answered your question. I don't know.
No, thank you. And that's
I could add just a few numbers to that. In the past 5 years, the average annual consumer price index for dairy increased by 12%. And this compares to 21% for meat, 27% for eggs, and 15% for fish.
Those are telling numbers. Thank you. My next question, are you aware of any potential changes that may be brought forward with respect to supply management? Are you aware of any?
The short answer is no, not aware of any. Having said that, never say never, I guess.
Of course. Okay, no, thank you. That answers the question. The next question I have is, are there any recommendations from industry for changes to the Natural Products Act? Are you aware that the industry might want to bring anything forward?
Certainly not aware of any. I'm not saying that there's not, but usually if there is any, that would be advised.
Right.
Yeah.
Thank you. Oh, this is going fast. This might not take too long. Would you briefly outline the nature of the quota system? How and when are quotas adjusted, and why the quota system is not seen as stifling the growth of regulated agricultural industries? Would you be able to? I know it's a complicated question. Even I barely understand it. So I'm hoping you guys do.
Well, it's a national system. The quota, say, is set based on various factors. Say at the national level, for all those commodities, it's allocated, say, to the provinces based on, say, supply and demand, say, at the time. But I mean, that's about as far as I can go, quite honest, unless, Jim, if you wanted to.
Maybe just to add a little bit more to that, it's my understanding that, and I could speak to chickens and turkeys in particular, because I have a greater familiarity with them. Mm-hmm. They meet on a regular basis to allot quota for the provinces. I know that recently, particularly in the area of turkeys, there have been some issues with respect to the allotments, and I believe that there have been challenges of those allotments, but I don't know how they've been resolved. But what happens with the development of quotas is a national meeting amongst all of the stakeholders in that particular commodity area, and they are practically told by the national body, British Columbia, this is your allocation for this year, and they go across the country.
Okay. I appreciate those explanations. Thank you. What improvements have been made, if any, in transparency related to reporting and public communication, in terms of the work that you do, in terms of all of, is there, in terms of, do you feel that there's been work done in terms of better communication or better transparency in the industry, what you're seeing with the job you do and all of that, I guess would be my question.
Is this specific to any particular commodity, or?
Well,
or just in general?
In general, in the fields that you work with.
In the field we work with, just to say in dairy, I know the Canadian Dairy Commission, CDC, which oversees the dairy, have made an effort after, say complaints of them not being transparent by a noted maritime-based, columnist and say whatever. Then the others, that's about as far as I can go. That one, unless Jim, if you wanted to add anything.
Yep. And what the commission does is publish, well, we issue a press release typically around this time of the year after we've dealt with the setting of the price of milk for the province for the upcoming year. So we'll be issuing a press release within the next couple of weeks.
Okay. Thank you.
But on other commodities, those matters are generally dealt with at the board level. Yeah. And we would hear about what's going on with the boards through our annual review process. Once a year, we bring in all of the boards and agencies to report to the commission as a whole as to what has transpired in their commodity sector over the previous year.
Okay. Thank you. My next question, were there any significant disputes requiring intervention this past year? And are there any potential disputes that may require action on the part of the Commission that you can foresee?
The answer, but none in, say, in the past year. We're unaware of any. However, we have, been involved with numerous disputes over the years. I mean, at basically with all commodities. But right now, no.
All's quiet on the western and eastern fronts?
Yeah, right now.
Okay. Thank you. Next question. Given inflationary pressures and the rising cost of production, do you believe any potential pricing increase requests will be made in the coming year?
Well, we've had, and as Jim mentioned it before, like some requests for increases, particularly in dairy, and an announcement is being made, which a press release will be made in a couple of weeks on the price of milk, which will probably come up again. With regards to the others, here again, the pricing is done basically, say, at the national level, so not where.
Got it. Thank you. Are there any changes to national industry standards, packaging, health, or other matters that will likely require action by the Commission, to your knowledge?
Not aware of any, no.
No? Okay. And zooming along, is there any significant legal action or pending legal action involving trade disputes or supply management that would impact on our regulated agricultural commodities, to your knowledge?
Legal challenges, you say?
Yeah.
No, not aware of any, no.
Okay. I'm already flipping my page. This is one of the fastest Q&As I've seen in a while. I know, he should be a minister, is right. Wrong committee. Do you see any major threats to supply management?
Well, there's always threats, like in the with the Canada, Mexico, the three Amigos or whatever. You never know, see what may transpire with that. There has been threats for that in the past, and that's primarily, well, for all the commodities. Right now, we're unaware of any. However, never say never, as I said before. Yeah.
Okay. So for now, as far as you know, there's nothing okay. Does the Commission keep track of emerging technologies and look at best practices that might provide the impetus for industry practice changes? I can repeat the question if you want. Yeah. Please. So does the Commission keep track of emerging technologies and look at best practices where that could provide the impetus for a springboard for industry practice changes? Sorry, it's a...
I'll take that.
Okay, yeah.
If I understand that question correctly, and if I don't, then you straighten me out, but...
Not sure I'll be able to, but keep going.
then hopefully I have it right.
Yeah. I hope so.
We don't have the power to influence at the board level how they receive, collect, deal with information, or how they deal with their stakeholders. We are an oversight committee or commission, but we don't get into the trenches and.
You don't provide counsel, you don't provide recommendations or anything like that?
No, not unless
okay.
we're asked. And if it is within our purview, then yes, we'll involve ourselves. But
Okay.
we have to be cautious, because at the same time that we are an oversight committee or commission, we also hear appeals. So if we get involved too much in the issue, we may not be able to hear an appeal. So we're very cognizant of that and very cautious.
Thank you. Okay, no, actually, well, that answer, I can make a lot of good sense with it, so thank you. Are there any discussions related to the regulation of additional agricultural commodities that you are aware of?
Every so often we have someone who may be interested in forming a board or an agency and may come to us and say for advice, but they have to do it, say, on their own. Like in past years, a number of years ago, like the winemakers were considering, say, something in that area. And also a number of years ago, the Christmas trees and the maple syrup or whatever. But, and they thought about it, but, that was it. We just advised them of the different powers and authorities for a board or an agency, which may be best suited to their, to their purposes, and that was it.
So what you're saying, Mr. Shannon, is that there's been discussions in the past, but you're not foreseeing anything major coming?
No.
Any additional?
Exactly,
Okay.
yeah.
Okay, thank you.
We have not had any applications.
Oh, okay, no applications, okay.
Tire kickers, perhaps.
Okay, yeah, perfect. Thank you. What is the profit margin allowed by all major producer groups in our regulated agricultural industries? Is it the same one for all across the different regulated industries, or is there a different profit margin, or how does that work?
I wouldn't necessarily call it, say, profit margin. The pricing is, say, set, and it's the same, and say, say in all the commodities, you say, nationwide.
Okay.
But I mean, like, where they get down, like, they set the price of one person, one producer receives is the same as the next person. The profit margin that goes in way beyond that as to how efficient they may be. So, like, I wouldn't know. I couldn't answer your question based on profit margin, just on price.
Okay. Well, can you answer based on what you just said then? Sorry, that heater behind here makes a lot of noise and it's a bit distracting, so it's... Yes, Ross. I'm sorry, Mr. Wetmore. But, okay, but because when I think of profit margin, it's basically, revenues minus cost and what's left.
Yeah.
You might call it something else, or, gross profit or whatever, but are you aware is there something that is across the board, or is it every industry has their own kind of?
Every industry, I'd say, has their own, like
Okay.
the chicken, turkey, eggs, and milk, would be, because they have their own price-setting mechanism and their different formulas that they may have.
That makes sense. Okay. Well, I have two more questions. I might as well save them for the next round, Mr. Chair. There you go.
Thank you very much, Monsieur Book. And I would imagine it's like the spirit of the legislature is playing drums on our heating system somewhere in this building, and we're hearing a lot of feedback here. I'll now pass the floor over to the government side. Mr. Wetmore, for you.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and certainly, unlike my colleague across the way, Mr. Shannon, you and I have been here for a while. I think my first round of public accounts, the Farm Products Commission was in, so within the first 2 weeks, and that would be probably back in 2011. I would also say, as my role as minister, I had the opportunity of working with the commission, and, you know, I certainly have, they've done a great job, easy to work with, and really, really look after the people that are involved with them. But I always hate to say but I do have a couple things, and certainly when I was minister, there was a couple things close to what my heart that I was working on. And so I'd like to ask you some questions, if you don't mind, Mr. Shannon. The poultry is supply managed, and we have X number of pounds, I'm going to say, for the province of New Brunswick or whatever. But it's our small farmers that right now are allowed, I believe, 199 hens or broilers, I guess, whatever we can talk. I guess it's the same for eggs, 199, or layers and hens. I know in other provinces, and I'm going to talk about Prince Edward Island, I believe they're allowed 500. So I'm wondering why we wouldn't take the opportunity to allow small farmers to increase, you know, to increase their amount in New Brunswick up to 500. So.
Okay, go ahead.
I'll tackle this one.
Okay.
A couple of years ago, probably pre-pandemic, the commission brought all of the interested parties together to share ideas and information. And we felt that that meeting was quite successful. We couldn't, as a commission, we couldn't follow along the progress that was being made because of the reason that I explained earlier. We are an appeal body, and any orders that may have been created as a result of these discussions may come back to us by way of an appeal. So we had to remain hands-off after kind of causing the introductions to take place. But it's my understanding that those discussions are ongoing, and there may be a solution that's pending. Now, I'm not familiar with what it is yet, but I do know that there have been a number of meetings to discuss somehow dealing with these unregulated backyard flocks, if I could call them that. So I guess my simple answer to that is there's news pending, and hopefully it should be a solution that's satisfactory to all involved.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate it, and it's good to hear that at least it's ongoing, but after a time, you know, you've got to stop the ongoing and make a decision. I truly believe that by allowing this will help us increase the farm gate revenue of smaller farms. So could you please tell me, how are our farms in New Brunswick doing in regards to farm gate revenues? And probably talking net, because there's no point with rising prices talking gross. So how are our farmers doing when it comes to net? Are we seeing a net increase or not?
I think that depends on the commodity. There are some commodities that are doing quite well, and there are some that are not doing quite well, or well at all for that matter. And I might single out turkeys, for instance. Sales of turkeys have dropped dramatically in the past few years. They've tried to recover by changing their marketing methods and changing how they supply the bird. You'll probably notice in the freezer section of grocery stores now, you'll see full birds, but you'll also see birds, parts of birds that are available. I think that's improving sales, but overall, turkey farmers in this province are not doing very well. At the other end of the spectrum, you know, we don't keep track of the success of the individual farmers at the commission. I mean, that's done more at the board level. But what we hear anecdotally is that most farmers in New Brunswick are being successful. Their biggest issue right now is succession planning.
Right.
And also dealing with workers. They're struggling to bring in workers to both plant the crop and harvest the crop at the end of the year. Now, temporary foreign workers are filling that gap, but at the same time, we're still hearing from older farmers, my children don't want to farm.
No.
I mean, they've grown up seeing how difficult it is, you know, watching their parents work from sun up to sundown, and they don't want any part of it.
No, I understand that. Time goes by quick. I'm going to swing over. So the biggest issues I have in regards to food and food safety and pricing is the price of milk. And New Brunswickers can't understand why we're running maybe 25 to 30% higher than some of our maritime neighbors when our prices should probably be close to the same. So can you sort of help us out on that, why we're considerably higher?
I can start it. I'll start answering your question, Mr. Wetmore. Number one, it's a very good question. Milk pricing is a very complicated issue, and with different reasons that we have. We've given considerable consideration to milk pricing. And we're also aware of the somewhat discrepancies between provinces, but there's also discrepancies in how their pricing works in all the different provinces. It's everywhere. Some of this is regionalized and say whatever. I'll defer, Jim. I know that you've looked at this as well.
Yep, I'd also echo what Mr. Shannon has said, is that milk is a very complicated commodity, and we understand that. But it's the objective of our commissioners to ensure reasonable prices for farmers, consumers, and to ensure an adequate supply of milk for consumers. Now, there are 5 provinces across Canada that price milk, and they all do it differently. And it's difficult for us to speak to how Manitoba does it, or PEI does it, or Nova Scotia does it. But what the commission did this past summer, it had been almost 15 years since we engaged in the pricing system that we employ today. So what we thought is maybe it's time to consult with our stakeholders to get some feedback on whether or not we're doing this correctly. And so what we did was we invited 12 groups, and that would be processors, retailers, consumer groups, the Atlantic Convenience Store Association, Walmart, the Retail Council of Canada. We invited them all to participate. 6 picked up the torch, and they did. And not one of these groups objected to the method that the commission was employing to price milk in this province. Now, that's not to say that we didn't have some suggestions to tweak our process. And we listened, and we agreed that maybe we did need to look at a couple of things. So what we're introducing this year, not in the order that will become effective on February the 1st, but probably in June, because we needed the retailers time to absorb what we were proposing. So what we're suggesting, or what we will introduce, are 3 promotions that would be available to retailers, either through coupons or otherwise. So they would have to write to the commission with their suggestion. We would look at it to make certain that it doesn't violate the Natural Products Act. And if it is satisfactory, we'll say run with it. And, I don't want to get into too many details because it might influence what retailers will do, but the feedback with respect to those promotions has been outstanding. So we're keeping in mind the effect that this is having on consumers, and we're trying to improve upon pricing as best as we can. And keep in mind as well that we have a consumer rep on the commission who's a former assistant deputy minister of DAF. And I can tell you that he is very animated at times with respect to the pricing of milk in this province. And hopefully that helps you understand a little bit.
So what I'd like, if you wouldn't mind, is if you could send to the clerk sort of the numbers that you worked on for this year's announcement coming up, the 1st of February. So again, you must have it, and so if you can have all those numbers, send the formula to us so we can have the opportunity to look at it. I know as a retailer, and I've said it before, I think to both of you, I find when I buy the product, it's up to me to sell it for whatever I want. If I want to give it away, I should be able to give it away. And I find minimum and maximum pricing. I feel that there's the opportunity of consumers to get a better pricing on the product. What you've got set right now. So, yeah, I can remember 15 years ago when the I don't know if it was legislation or regulation changed. I managed to get rebates from dairies back 15 years ago, before 15 years ago, and I think they ended 15 years ago, because it's been a while, I can't remember. But I can't understand why we are setting the minimum and maximum prices.
We understand the concern, certainly, and that was part of the reason why we engaged in the consultation process. And I'll repeat what I said before. All of the stakeholders that took part in this consultation process, to a body, they did not object to our process and our method. So we understand the plight of the consumer, but as I said earlier in response to a question, over the past 5 years, the price of dairy has increased 12%, where meat has increased 27%. I mean, the cost of production has soared on the farm, and the cost of processing has soared as a result of many factors.
I'll let Mr. Arsenault, and then we'll have another round here.
Monsieur Arsenault, à vous.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président. Merci beaucoup à vous d'être ici avec nous aujourd'hui. C'est toujours un grand plaisir de pouvoir parler d'agriculture à l'Assemblée législative. On n'en parle jamais assez, ça c'est clair. Et donc, chaque occasion de parler de l'agriculture est toujours très bien accueillie. Je vais certainement avoir des questions de suivi sur toute la question du hors-quota. Je vais garder ça pour plus tard, mais je voulais commencer avec quelques questions d'ordre général. Et ma première question, étant donné votre proximité avec avec les différents groupes, les différentes organisations, les commodités, du secteur agricole. Je me demandais, selon vous, c'est quoi l'état de l'agriculture au Nouveau-Brunswick en 2023?
State of the agriculture in New Brunswick?
Consistent.
Basically, all I can say is it's basically been consistent with, say prior years. I mean, whatever. I hope that answers your...
Yeah, we're fortunate, perhaps, that in, for instance, the potato sector, there haven't been any diseases that are profound within the province. Bird flu has not come into the province. Swine flu has not come into the province. So I would agree with our chair that there's probably been not much of a fluctuation in what agriculture is doing in the province. It's holding steady, if I could put it that way simply.
Merci beaucoup. Je pense que, dans le fond, les statistiques de Statistique Canada nous disent un peu le contraire. Puis, étant donné que vous êtes quand même la Commission des produits de ferme du Nouveau-Brunswick, si on regarde le dernier recensement, les chiffres sont sortis il n'y a pas très longtemps, on peut voir l'évolution de l'état de l'agriculture au Nouveau-Brunswick. On peut voir qu'en 1970, on avait 4 551 fermes. En 2016, donc les chiffres qu'on aurait eus la dernière fois qu'on s'est rencontrés, je pense que c'était le 6 novembre 2019, on avait 2255 fermes au Nouveau-Brunswick. En 2021, selon le recensement, on est rendu à 1851 fermes au Nouveau-Brunswick. Ça, c'est une perte nette de 404 fermes en 5 ans. Il y a aussi tout l'état de la relève agricole. Il y a seulement 165 agriculteurs ou agricultrices au Nouveau-Brunswick qui ont en bas de l'âge de 35 ans. Ça, c'est 6,7 des agriculteurs qui ont en bas de 35 ans. Dans n'importe quel autre métier, que ce soit l'éducation, les enseignants, que ce soit les infirmières, les médecins, on serait en train de tirer une sonnette d'alarme pour dire qu'il y a une crise dans le secteur agricole qui est très près de nous. Étant donné que dans votre mandat, votre énoncé de vision, on parle de soutien à l'extension, l'expansion du secteur, que la Commission élabore et applique des stratégies qui ont des retombées positives pour la province. Je me demandais qu'est-ce que la Commission, elle, a fait pour assurer qu'on a une relève agricole puis qu'on a plus de fermes et non pas moins de fermes au Nouveau-Brunswick.
The question thing is, what are we doing specifically? Specifically, a lot of that is related back to the boards. Like we oversee the boards and the agencies, say whatever. And certainly aware of your comments that the number of farms has reduced. However, by the same token, for example, the number of farms in dairy has decreased, but the production has maintained constant. Similar to potatoes, the number of potato farmers. And it's quite the same as what Jim Mockler had mentioned before, like a lot of the reason for that is succession, and they don't want to. And then similarly, the labor issue is around all the sectors, and not only in the agricultural sector, but everyone knows in the others. And so we have the foreign workers, et cetera, but I mean, it's still tough. First, the mandate, like our mandate, like we certainly work with the boards in any event that they have. We try to encourage them to have new entrants, a new entrant program, which they have. Because it's extremely expensive to get into farming, but it's an ongoing problem. I have no specific answer to, say to correct that. I'd be amiss if I did try to say something.
Merci. Je me rappelle la dernière fois que vous étiez ici, vous aviez dit en comité que vos pouvoirs étaient quand même très larges. Une de vos énoncés de mission, c'est voir à ce que la coopération et les communications entre tous les intervenants du secteur soient la clé de l'expansion future du secteur agroalimentaire. Et étant donné que c'est dans votre mission, c'est pour ça que je pose la question, qu'est-ce que vous faites concrètement? Donc, vous avez ces pouvoirs-là. Est-ce que c'est quelque chose que vous avez déjà pensé d'agir dessus? On sait, selon moi, le secteur agricole est en crise au Nouveau-Brunswick, en grande crise. Quand on a juste 6,7 des fermiers qui ont en bas de 35 ans, pour moi, ça, c'est une énorme crise. Et donc, dans votre mission, vous avez ça. Est-ce que c'est un rôle que vous êtes prêt à jouer?
Well, what we do is we attend annual meetings of all of the sectors. We listen to the issues. We encourage at these meetings that the body delve into solutions for these. We also conduct annual reviews of all of the commodity boards where they communicate to us the issues that they're hearing about. And they're all common. And one of the biggest issues is succession planning. I mean, you're correct that a lot of people are quite young or not many people are young in farming today. That's not an easy thing to solve because it's almost a familial issue. You know, young kids see their parents, you know, working in the fields or in the barn through the day and at night having to deal with the finances. And they don't want a part of that. One of the things that we were encouraging amongst the commodities is a new entrance program. And we know that there's been some success with that, but at the same time, it may be established farmers who are changing commodities or adding a commodity who are winning the day and the new quota. So all that we can do is encourage. We're limited in the power. You're correct that we do have some power, but we're limited to a point that we can't really dive in and say, you need to do this, but we can make suggestions, and we do that, and we continue to do that.
Merci beaucoup. Puis je comprends, c'est ce que vous faites, c'est ce que vous avez toujours fait, mais le nombre de fermes continue de diminuer. Donc, des fois, il y a peut-être manière de faire des choses différemment. Comme commission, vous entendez les enjeux de tous ces secteurs-là. Vous dites vous-même que ce sont tous les mêmes enjeux. C'est souvent les mêmes enjeux qui reviennent. Est-ce que la commission, à travers sa mission de voir à ce que la coopération et les communications entre tous les intervenants du secteur soient la clé de l'expansion future du secteur agroalimentaire, est-ce qu'il y aurait possibilité que la commission organise un état général, un événement plus grand afin d'attirer l'attention et d'attaquer un problème que tous les secteurs vivent en même temps?
I can do that. Okay. We've actually done that in the past with backyard flocks, and we've brought together, you know, the stakeholders, the commodities, you know, bodies that represent groups that have backyard flocks. So yes, that's something that we do engage in, but typically we do it when we're asked, because we have to be very cautious about the limit of our involvement, because again, we are an appeals body. And if a board issues an order that comes out of these meetings, we may be called upon to hear an appeal. So it's it's a delicate balancing act. We do have the authority to bring groups together, and we'll initiate that when we are asked.
Est-ce que vous diriez que votre mandat est trop large, puis que dans le fond, il devrait avoir un autre organisme peut-être qui s'occupe plus de la consultation entre les secteurs, les agriculteurs, peut-être parce que si vous ne pouvez pas intervenir dans des enjeux clés à cause que vous devez faire attention en cas qu'il y a quelqu'un qui amène un appeal, comme vous dites, là, le mot français m'échappe, disons peut-être que votre mandat est trop large. Puis étant donné que c'est dans votre mandat, il n'y a personne d'autre qui le fait. Peut-être que le gouvernement ou l'Assemblée législative devrait donner cette partie-là du mandat à quelqu'un d'autre.
Well, I'm not completely satisfied that that would be necessary. And I say that because at the board level, they have the authority, probably a greater authority than the commission has, to deal with those issues. And some do a very good job of it. There are some commodities which are struggling to maintain an active board, and we encourage them to fill their boards and carry out their purposes. But the majority, the vast majority of the boards do a good job in establishing relations between stakeholders and suppliers or other influences. So I'm not convinced that another piece of bureaucracy is necessary to achieve what you're suggesting is needed.
OK, merci. C'est ça. C'est juste qu'étant donné que c'est dans votre énoncé de mission, c'est pour ça. Puis moi, en tant que législateur, je suis là pour m'assurer que vous énoncez une mission, que vous rencontrez votre rôle. Moi, ce que je dis, je pense, je ne sais pas si vous êtes en accord avec moi, que l'agriculture au Nouveau-Brunswick est en état de crise. Moi, certainement, c'est le même que je le perçois. Quand je vois qu'on a une diminution de fermes constante à chaque année, qu'on n'a pas de relève agricole, pour moi, c'est une crise. Ça va être une crise. C'est déjà une crise, puis ça va être encore une plus grande crise dans plusieurs années. Moi, j'essaie, en tant que législateur, de voir qui joue son rôle et qui ne joue pas son rôle. Puis cet énoncé de mission-là, selon moi, n'est pas pris en compte dans le travail que vous faites avec l'argent que vous avez. Mais ça, c'est mon opinion, bien sûr. Est-ce que vous êtes d'accord avec moi que l'agriculture serait dans un état de crise?
I think what goes beyond our reason for being here is to comment, say if we as Commission think the agriculture is in crisis. I'm not prepared really to say the answer to that statement. I think we're a Commission, like as you can see and when explain, what our powers are. We certainly respect your opinion, and don't get me wrong there. And yes, the number of farmers are decreasing, and as I mentioned previously, the production is staying the same, but they're facing their issues. Is it in crisis or not? A lot of things are beyond their, say, control, should there be a drought or whatever, but it's not happening or hasn't happened, say, right now. But I'm not going to comment if it's in crisis or not.
Thank you very much. Monsieur Book, I believe you had a couple of questions left.
Yes.
So I'll pass the floor over to you.
Thank you. Well, I actually only have one question left. I guess my question is, what new support programs could government offer that might benefit the growth of our regulated industry? Can you think of anything, any type of additional support that government could help out with to help regulated industries that you're dealing with, for example?
beyond our mandate. I think that's beyond our mandate as well, you know, for me to say that they should, give, whatever to whatever. So I guess that's all I can say on that one.
Fair enough. Thank you so much. Well, Mr. Chair, that completes my question, but my colleague has a couple
Monsieur
of
Leblanc?
additional ones. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you
Chair.
so much.
Thank you all from the commission being here and to answer our questions. So my question is more like, I look at both reports, they were in the middle of the timing that we went through a worldwide pandemic, so I'm sure you've had some challenges, you've met challenges at the board. Maybe you could give us, the committee here, outline some major challenges that you faced during the pandemic.
I'll get some help here.
Yeah.
I'm going to ask for some help here. There's a number of challenges. We all had, let's say, a number of challenges. Ours was probably trying to meet with the commission. We had to meet virtually, which I find is just not the same as in person. We do that. To conduct the annual reviews was, say, of them which were mandated to do, say, was another challenge. The staffing, or, well, not necessarily staffing, but the pandemic just affected everybody, everything, everywhere, like, would sneak up the back door, like in pricing because of this. Everyone's aware, like, of the, now, like, trying to get a part for a car or whatever, everything back order, and everything blames the pandemic. But, I mean, rightfully so, I guess. If, to pinpoint one particular thing, it's tough, I guess.
Well, what would be the sticking point, one of the big sticking points?
What's that?
What would be the biggest issue that we dealt with? I'll take that.
Okay, yeah.
I mean, I would suggest that the biggest issue that we had as a commission was just it was a challenge to do business as we ordinarily do. I mean, we're in the business of communication. We receive information from our boards, and we make suggestions. We understand what's taking place in each of the commodities. So we were unable to conduct our annual reviews. We were unable to attend annual meetings. So we were not as fully informed as we typically are.
Yeah. So the process of accountability was challenged.
That's fair.
Is that right? Is that fair to say?
That is fair to say.
Okay. Maybe a second question I have, and I know that as a pandemic, we went through, and these reports are focused on in the middle of the pandemic. And we heard that, the supply chain, I know we're hearing it here, the supply chain's always been, it was a challenge to get products through the borders, and different issues of getting products across big borders, mainly Canada, US, or would be Canada, New Brunswick. As an appeal board or as the commission, did you guys feel that tension also from your stakeholders, from the people that you represent?
Yes, we certainly did. I mean, you didn't know what satellite anything maybe come in on. Like, it was there. What if COVID hits here? What if COVID hits there? What do we do? And you talk about supply chain.
So what practices, or how can we improve that? No, that's what's probably my final question is, how can we improve that? So, we have challenges in the industry. We're trying to get more farmers. We're trying to get more people to get involved. But definitely the pandemic's opened our eyes. Let's be honest here. So how does the commission become more proactive in improving itself to vis-a-vis what we've seen with the pandemic, and as we move forward? How can you guys proactively see being better moving forward?
Extremely good question. I don't know if I have a definite answer for you, quite honestly. I mean, we try to do the best that we can. but we don't know what's coming, so it's hard to give a, you know, concrete answer to a hypothetical situation.
So I'll give you an example. So you talked about communication.
Yep.
So has government helped you, or has there been any incentives to help that communication factor with your stakeholders? Like, because, I mean, or is there better ways of communication?
I believe they've done everything that they possibly could. I
Okay.
mean, it was a difficult situation for everyone, no question, and still is.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Supply chain's important.
Yeah.
Yeah, and the reality is, and we all know this, that we live in a global economy now. You know, the pen that I'm holding in my hand, parts of it may come from Europe or Asia. Yes, exactly. So there are unique challenges existing in the world today. I know that the boards are well aware of what they are. Some of them are more challenging than others, but they attempt to deal with them, with those challenges, the best way that they can.
Thank you very much for your answers, and those are all my questions,
for the
Mr. Chair.
questions.
Thank you very much. Mr. Wetmore, over to you.
Thank you. I'm not sure if I should be asking these questions of the commission or the department, so if...
We'll let you know.
Thank you. So my parliamentary colleague across the way keeps on talking about the decrease in number of farms over the years. Does your commission keep a track of the amount of farms, number of farms in New Brunswick?
Other than dairy farms, no.
Yeah. So you mentioned dairy farms. Back in 1976, my wife and I looked at buying a dairy farm over in the Sussex area. And at the time, they were milking 30 head. And at that time, you needed 2 people to take care of 30 head, doing the milking in the morning and at night. The majority, or a good portion of your farm gate revenue was from your private woodlot. So I fast forward to today, and in the riding of Gagetown-Petitcodiac, I have a number of dairy farms that are milking 400 head, and there's only one person walking around the farm. So we're seeing a lot more productivity out of less labor. So again, this is probably a question that I've got to ask the department, but do you know if our farm sizes are increasing? In other words, how much land have we got going fallow every year? I guess that would be the way to describe, or to find out, because I certainly know, I'm just trying to think of the name of the farm over in the Salisbury area. They ended up 3 dairy farms combined into one. So yes, we're seeing the loss of 2 dairy farms, but we're certainly seeing, you know, one big farm. In my riding also, it's quite fertile area along Grand Lake. We're seeing the loss of small farms, but we're seeing people like Slocum's, you know, buying farms. So it's not as if we're losing the ground. It's being made up by, you know, other, you know, one farm, and it's bigger. So do you keep any statistics? So before you answer that, so if you don't mind, I'm sorry.
No.
The 6.7 percentage of farmers under the age of 35, I believe. I didn't write it down. It would be interesting to know what percentage of productivity those farmers did. And I was wondering if you had any idea. So I know it's a little bit of meandering, but I don't know what you have to say, Mr. Shannon.
No, they're excellent questions, and and I'm aware, say, of your riding. Yes, it is very fertile area, and yes, you do have a number of large dairy farms, say, within it, and it goes to what I had said before. Yes, the number of dairy producers per se has decreased over the number of years, but production has, has stayed the same or increased, similar to, say, potatoes, like, and they're a lot of them, as said, succession is a thing there, and especially, I know we asked the question at their annual reviews about succession, and Matt Hempel, who was executive director of Potatoes New Brunswick, said, it has to be basically, come down through father to son, father to child type deal. So at the farms, there's, yes, there is a lot more people than, say, one person usually walking around. I know one in the Sussex area, they milk with 350, and they have 6 full-time employees, plus, mechanics, a full-time employee, say, as well. So there's, say, a lot of productivity, say, on the farms. Do we keep track of them? Not per se, but the boards do. The board, has a number, of producers that they have and their license, as do most all the boards. And we get them primarily from our annual reviews with them and by attending, say, their annual meetings that they have each year. Going back to the under age 35, I don't think I can answer the percentage question that you had, Mr. Wetmore. I just don't know. We don't have that data, say, at our fingertips, but I'm certainly aware of your other questions. I hope I've answered that. I don't.
No, look, I know a lot of these questions should be sent towards the department, and maybe we'll have certainly the opportunity, to talk to the minister and other members of the department. But I personally don't hold the same view that agriculture is in dire straits in New Brunswick. Are some people struggling? Sure they are. I mean, I was a retailer for 35 years. I mean, I struggled some years, and other years were good. So, I mean, certainly we're going to see it. But I see so many young entrepreneurs, and I call farmers entrepreneurs because that's what they were doing. A gentleman that I'm going to call a good friend is about 40 years old. He started off with an egg farm. So I don't know how many hens were laying. He bought a dairy farm. He now has a dairy farm. He needed feed, so he's now purchased a feed mill, and he's selling it to all over southern New Brunswick. And he's bought another farm next door because he needed more hay. So I can tell you so many stories about people that work hard and say that farming in New Brunswick, agriculture in New Brunswick, has got a future. And I truly believe we have a future. So in saying that, I should ask a question. So I see the commission determined that the penalty procedure for when a dairy producer is found to have a laboratory pasteurization count, the LPC, greater than the 5,000 per milliliters when tested by the Research and Productivity Council. So how often do we find milk not in compliance with these?
We'll get the answer for you. We have.
Okay, no, take your time.
I'm told in the penalty situation annually, we'd have 2 to 3 in total. Our farmers, quality-wise, our farmers are very, very good, extremely good, I should
Yeah.
say.
And I can't understand, for the love of me, why you guys subject yourself to announcing the increase of price of milk, and you don't announce when the price of chicken legs go up, or price of ground beef, or anything like that. So I guess, why in heck do you do that?
Well, the number one, Nick, we control over the beef, I guess.
I know, I
As far as,
realize.
and the milk, we're required to, or mandated to, I guess. But as far as chicken, it's a responsibility, say, of the board, that and eggs.
And typically, with those commodities, that price comes out of the national body, and they'll make the announcement. So,
No, I realize, yeah.
yeah.
I was going to, I looked over your budget. I mean, $500,000 a year is on a $10 billion budget. My gosh, it's hardly noticed. So the associations that you represent, do they contribute any money to the Farm Products Commission?
No.
No,
No.
not at all.
No.
So this is all just.
Our budget and finance department, or
Yeah.
staff, I guess.
Yeah. And a couple other things. I'm still not happy about the, you controlling the price of, the lower retail price of milk. But in saying that, I'm not going to ask for any comment. I'm going to pass it over to my colleague across the way, unless, Mr. Shannon, you want to comment on it. But
I just want to reiterate what Jim said, Mr. Wetmore, like, we, your question's excellent, and say regarding the price, and we're aware of that, but that was, say, established, and there's reason for it, say, at that, and, we could go into this, say forever, at the wholesale retail, say whatever. There's protection there. Our responsibility is threefold, basically, to the producer, the processor, and the consumer. And we feel we're doing that, by setting them in the manner that we're doing. I know you may disagree with that, but, whatever. I hope I've answered that.
sit on to my colleague across.
Thank you, member. Monsieur Arsenault, over to you.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président. C'est ça, juste en réponse à des commentaires, en fait, c'est une analyse qui n'est pas complète lorsqu'on dit, à cause que la grosseur des fermes augmente, qu'on est correct. Parce qu'en fait, je suis sûr que vous comprenez, c'est la spirale. C'est la spirale qui continue. Les fermes deviennent de plus en plus grosses. Lorsqu'on a commencé la gestion de l'offre dans les années 70 à peu près, l'objectif était de permettre à des familles qui habitaient le territoire de pouvoir vivre de leur production. Et donc, même si la grosseur des fermes devient plus grosse, c'est une des raisons pourquoi les enfants, les jeunes ne veulent pas se lancer en agriculture, parce que c'est des prêts de plusieurs millions de dollars pour pouvoir racheter des fermes. Ils n'ont pas accès à ce capital-là, et donc c'est souvent des capitaux de l'extérieur de la province qui fait en sorte qu'on est en train de perdre notre souveraineté alimentaire ici au Nouveau-Brunswick, et qui nous met dans des situations qui est très fragile quand on parle de chaîne d'approvisionnement. Et donc, la gestion de l'offre, malheureusement, même si je continue à supporter l'idée initiale de la gestion de l'offre, et je me battrai toujours pour la raison initiale de la gestion de l'offre, à cause de la commission ici au Nouveau-Brunswick, on a vu qu'elle adopte un modèle qui est plutôt amener notre gestion de l'offre ici au Nouveau-Brunswick vers des monopoles. On a vu ça dans le poulet, où une entreprise appartient à 51% de la production de poulet. Ça n'a jamais été l'intention de la gestion de l'offre. Si tu regardes, lorsqu'on a créé la gestion de l'offre, fait qu'au lieu de créer des commodités pour assurer une survie des fermes sur le territoire néo-brunswickois, on a créé des monopoles qui ne se rachètent pas ensuite par la relève agricole. Et donc, cela étant dit, j'aimerais revenir sur la crise agricole au Nouveau-Brunswick. Je comprends que vous ne voulez pas commenter, ce qui me déçoit par contre, parce que vous êtes quand même une agence qui a un certain pouvoir. Si on ne dit pas que l'agriculture est en crise, je pense que c'est parce qu'on n'a pas parlé aux fermiers dans la province en général, ou on parle toujours aux mains. C'est vrai que ça va bien pour certains fermiers, il n'y en a pas beaucoup. Quand on commence à parler aux fermiers un à un, même les gros producteurs au Nouveau-Brunswick me disent qu'ils regrettent d'avoir venu aussi gros parce qu'ils ne font plus ce qu'ils aiment. Ils ne font plus d'agriculture. Ils font de la gestion de paye, puis de la gestion de ci, puis de la gestion de ça, puis ils ne font pas de l'agriculture. Donc, je vais me revenir au rapport. Et puis, j'aimerais parler, j'ai vu qu'il y avait des changements aux membres de la commission. Je me suis aperçu d'un changement en particulier dans le rapport de c'est 2020-2021. On a 2 représentants de producteurs et une représentante des intérêts des consommateurs. Et lorsqu'on regarde le rapport 2021-2022, là, il y a 3 représentants des producteurs. Et donc, je me demandais juste s'il y avait eu des changements à ce niveau-là ou si c'était une erreur.
I just want to know specifically to which you're referring, like, for the change, like...
We can answer that. We can answer that. It's a simple answer.
Okay, which is it?
We had a vacancy.
Okay, I guess it's fairly straightforward. And the first one that you're looking at, the commission was full, but the 2021-22, that there's a vacancy there.
Okay.
It wasn't filled. A member was appointed but never attended. So.
Pardon? Sorry? Just the last phrase you said?
Is it which?
Someone was appointed, I understood.
Yes.
Et qui a été appointé, qui ne serait pas dans le rapport?
I don't have that readily available.
I'm not certain I understand the question. There are 7 commissioners in each report. You're referring only to...
Oui, fait que ma question, je peux la répéter, là. Ma question est, lorsqu'on regarde la composition, je vais faire sur les années, comme ça on ne se mêlera pas, 2020-2021, il y a M. Somerville, M. Bourgeois, qui représentent les producteurs. Ensuite, Mme Truman, qui représente les intérêts des consommateurs. Tandis que quand on regarde au niveau de l'année subséquente, qui est 2021-2022, on a M. Michaud, Mme Nason et M. Somerville qui représentent les producteurs. Et on a M. McKendy qui représente les intérêts des consommateurs. On a une personne de plus qui représente les consommateurs, les producteurs. Je me demandais juste si c'était un changement dans la composition de votre conseil d'administration.
Is as you can see in the 2020-21, Mr. McKindy, as shown was vice president, but also at that time was a producer representative, which would put you 3-on-3, and Miss Catherine Truman was a consumer representative. So that changed. Mr. McKindy is now a consumer representative.
OK. Fait que, comment
But
tu
then
fais
there's
pour
two
devenir...
producer representative, and there was another one, say was appointed but didn't attend, and consequently is not in our annual report because he never came to a meeting.
We have had a vacancy on the commission for the past 2 years, and that, hopefully that vacancy will be replenished over the summer, when we have other appointments that are up and coming as well.
OK, merci. Comment est-ce qu'on fait pour devenir représentant de l'intérêt des producteurs une année, puis l'année d'ensuite devenir le représentant des intérêts des consommateurs?
That's because his appointment, say, was up, and he was reappointed as a consumer representative due to, whatever. And there is as a consumer representative, he had been a producer representative. That's at the authority of the Lieutenant Governor and Council.
Okay. On donne des titres juste comme ça. Il n'y a pas, comme en tant que représentant des producteurs, est-ce qu'il était producteur?
Good question.
Are you referring to a specific individual?
Ben, monsieur le Président de la Commission, Monsieur Shannon, vient de me dire que Monsieur McKendy, le vice-président, dans les deux rapports, qu'il y a une année qui représentait les producteurs, puis là, ensuite, l'année d'après, il a été renommé, mais comme représentant des intérêts des consommateurs. J'essaie juste de comprendre comment ça arrive aussi rapidement qu'on peut représenter des producteurs. Est-ce qu'il ne faudrait pas être un producteur pour représenter les producteurs? Donc, M. McKendy, est-ce qu'il est un producteur?
In the 2021 annual report, Mr. McKendy was nominated by the minister. And that gives him a broad spectrum of responsibility. When he was reappointed, and he was reappointed in 21-22, he was appointed to represent the interests of consumers.
Reappointed by who?
By the Lieutenant Governor Council.
Okay. So the minister took part of that decision. Donc la ministre a pris part dans cette décision-là aussi.
Well, I'm not...
Yes.
Il représentait le ministère, la ministre, et ensuite il représente les consommateurs.
Consumers.
OK.
Yes.
Parce que j'avais compris que M. Shannon m'avait dit que la raison qu'il y avait juste 2 représentants de producteurs, c'est parce que ça aurait dû être écrit représentant de producteurs à côté du nom de M. McKendy. J'ai peut-être mal compris ça. Mais c'est bon, j'essayais juste de comprendre un peu mieux. Est-ce que lorsqu'on représente les producteurs, est-ce qu'on doit être producteur?
It's certainly beneficial. In this instance, we had a representative of the apple industry and the cattle industry. And now we have a producer representative who is associated with the potato industry, and the second one is representative of the cranberry industry.
Okay. Mais il y a encore M. Somerville qui est au niveau des... lui, c'est le cattle. Là.
Yes.
Yeah. OK. Donc, il n'y a pas de... On a besoin de tant de producteurs C'est juste ça que j'essaie de comprendre avec ma question. C'est pourquoi est-ce qu'on a passé de 2 représentants de producteurs à 3. Donc, il n'y a pas... On pourrait avoir 5 représentants de producteurs. Non. OK.
No, I think,
Parce qu'il y en a 8, puis il y en a 8.
When I try to answer your question, I think I can, but the Act specifies that we have 3 representatives from the commodities, and we refer to them as producers, okay? And they are a producer, except in maybe a different commodity, be it, potatoes, cranberries, whatever the case may be. And then we have the others, like the representative from the dairy industry, like Robert Spear, and that's usually recommended to us by dairy farmers in New Brunswick, the same as the processor representative, who is Paul Chasson, who is represented by the processing industry. And then they usually agree to that and make a recommendation, which it's the minister's appointment, and it's up to the minister at the time to accept or not, and whatever. So I'm not going to speak on behalf of, say, the minister or whatever. I hope I've answered your question there, and it's maybe not.
C'est pas très clair dans mon esprit, mais on peut passer à d'autres choses quand même. C'est pas rien de majeur, c'est juste j'essaie de comprendre. C'est pour ça, c'est peut-être une erreur parce que dans le 2020-2021, on a 2 personnes nommées par la ministre, puis là on tombe à une personne nommée par la ministre dans le prochain rapport. J'essaie juste de comprendre, est-ce qu'on a besoin de tant de personnes, mais ça a l'air un peu flexible. Et donc, je vais laisser ça à ça. Moi, c'est ça la conclusion que j'en fais. Mais de toute façon, comme vous dites, sont toutes nommées soit par le ministre ou par le cabinet. Fait que ça ne change pas grand-chose à la fin de la journée. Est-ce que vous tenez un registre des lobbyistes, des gens qui vous lobbyent? Est-ce que vous tenez un registre des lobbyistes à la Commission?
No, we don't. I don't.
Est-ce que vous diriez que est-ce que vous vous faites lobbyer? Est-ce qu'il y a des lobbyistes, des gens qui sont payés pour représenter des intérêts d'une certaine industrie qui vous rencontrent? Donnez un exemple. Monsieur, on a eu la réception de Bleuet Nouveau-Brunswick. Monsieur Donald Arsenault est un lobbyiste pour l'association de Bleuet. Il est payé pour représenter une certaine... Est-ce que ça vous arrive de rencontrer des gens qui sont payés pour représenter... Je n'ai pas besoin de savoir si vous avez rencontré M. Arsenault ou pas, mais est-ce que vous rencontrez des gens qui sont payés pour faire avancer les intérêts d'un secteur ou d'un autre?
I'll take this.
Okay.
We do occasionally meet with executive directors of commodities, and those are paid individuals, but I doubt very much that they would be registered lobbyists.
No, they're lobbyists.
In the next round of questions, I think it's about time. We're about midway through the afternoon, so I think it's a good time to take a short health break. So we will take a small 10-minute recess. Call the meeting back to order. At this point, I would like to call on opposition. No questions? Government? Okay. Monsieur Arsenault, back to you.
Super, ben merci beaucoup. Donc, on avait fini avec le registre des lobbyistes. C'est ça, la définition d'un lobbyiste, c'est quelqu'un qui se fait payer là, pour représenter des intérêts particuliers. C'est pour ça que les directeurs généraux tomberaient habituellement dans la catégorie de gens qui sont considérés des lobbyistes. Mais vous ne tenez pas de registre. Je ne pense pas que la loi vous le demande non plus. C'est juste une bonne pratique de savoir qui influence les décisions qui sont prises. Et de plus en plus, on voit les organismes gouvernementaux ou les corporations de la couronne être demandés de divulguer qui les rencontre, qui les parle. Comme ça, c'est plus transparent, on est plus au courant. Mais ça sera des changements législatifs, peut-être qu'on pourra faire un jour. Au niveau des ordonnances que vous avez passées, j'ai essayé d'y trouver. J'en ai juste trouvé 2. J'ai été capable d'en trouver 2. Il y en a qui se trouvent pas. Je gardais peut-être à la mauvaise place. Mais il y en a une que je cherchais en particulier, qui aurait été la 2020-05, ordonnance d'exemption de permis laitier. Et donc, la petite explication explique que ça exempte certaines personnes de la nécessité d'obtenir une licence de produits laitiers de la Commission et abroge l'arrêté numéro 2018-11. Et donc, je me demandais si vous pouviez expliquer quelle était cette ordonnance.
Need a second? We'll get that.
We may have to get back to you with an answer to that question because our regulations analyst was using her VPN and it's just crashed. So we're not able to access the order. We have a belief as to why, but we want to be accurate. So if you'll allow us, we'll submit a response to you in writing through the clerk.
Dans comment longtemps?
As soon as possible.
OK. Parce que je dis ça avec beaucoup de respect. C'est la dernière fois que vous étiez ici, quand je regardais, on m'avait promis une rencontre, j'ai fait des suivis, puis elle n'a jamais arrivé. Fait que j'ai juste, j'espère que cette fois-ci, la parole sera tenue. Et donc, j'attendrai avec impatience l'explication.
We may have your answer.
Super.
So what's... order was to better define classes of distributors, which was lacking in the previous order. And it's my understanding that that was the only specific purpose for this order and the repeal of an older existing order.
OK. Puis est-ce que vous pouvez expliquer qu'est-ce qui a changé? Ou qu'est-ce qui a changé dans la classe de lait? Ouais.
So what we did was we defined a Class A distributor as meaning a person who, as a principal purchases, or can we get rid of this? I can't read it all. Okay, thank you. Okay, so we defined a Class A distributor as meaning a person who, as a principal purchases or receives fluid milk products or fluid cream products from a provincial milk processor for the purpose of distributing those products to a retailer or a food service. Likewise, we defined a Class B distributor as meaning a person who, as a principal purchases or receives fluid milk products or fluid cream products processed at a dairy located outside of the province of New Brunswick for the purpose of distributing those products to a retailer or food service, and also a Class C distributor, which means a person who, as a principal purchases or receives fluid milk products or fluid cream products processed at a dairy located outside of the province and from a milk producer or processor for the purpose of distributing those products to a retailer or food service. So we simplified our licensing process for distributors and formulated these three classes, which better define where the milk comes from or where it's processed.
Excellent.
Does
Merci
that
beaucoup.
help?
Oui, absolument,
Okay.
absolument. Donc, merci pour ça. Dans un de vos rapports, vous mentionnez, puis je sais que ça avait été médiatisé assez dans le temps, on a perdu un transformateur de lait au Nouveau-Brunswick en 2021, l'ancienne Baxter à Saint-Jean, qui appartenait à Saputo. Pouvez-vous dire quel a été l'impact sur le secteur laitier au Nouveau-Brunswick depuis ce temps-là, de la perte de ce transformateur-là?
Impact, there's no question. Like, well, number one's an impact, economic impact in St. John. But on the dairy sector, to which you refer, we had to, well, Dairy Farmers New Brunswick was necessary, like, to reroute a lot of the transportation was, say, the big thing. As the processing, a lot of that got rerouted to, well, I keep referring, it's not Northumberland Agripure in the Miramichi. And so, the processing side remained there. But I mean, it certainly had an impact. Everything was going along in one way, and then bango, we're done.
Et est-ce que nos usines de transformation au Nouveau-Brunswick, Agropur, ont pu prendre tout le lait, ou est-ce qu'on doit envoyer certains de ce lait-là à l'extérieur de la province?
No, they're more than capable of doing all the milk that we have.
OK, merci. J'ai vu aussi dans l'énoncé de vision, fait que moi c'est page 1 là, dans la version française, là, ça serait probablement page 1, ouais, page 1 en anglais aussi. Dans le deuxième paragraphe, la loi sur les produits naturels définit les champs d'application de la réglementation du marché par le gouvernement relativement à la mise en marché ordonnée des produits alimentaires et forestiers à l'inspection des aliments, qui est administrée en collaboration avec le ministère de la Justice et Sécurité publique. Et donc, je me demandais, quel est votre rôle dans l'inspection des aliments? Je sais que vous jouez un rôle quand même assez actif dans les analyses laboratoires du lait, mais est-ce que ça va au-delà de ça? Est-ce qu'il y a un autre rôle dans l'inspection au niveau du poulet, au niveau des abattoirs, au niveau... Je me demandais juste.
Yes, there is, like the food inspection encompasses, say, a lot of things, like fires. We do testing, like, say, on milk, as an example, which you know, and we have penalty procedures in place, like Mr. Wetmore referred to, or question, I should say. But there's also, like, inspectors to inspect the farm gate and the eggs and chickens and whatever, the pen size and all these things. So yes, it goes beyond what we refer to there. I hope that answers that.
Oui, j'aurais une question de suivi. C'est quoi exactement votre rôle dans tout ça? Le rôle de la commission? C'est pas vous qui faites les inspections, donc j'essaie juste de comprendre c'est quoi votre rôle.
Our roles, we, number one, we supervise, are responsible for appointing the inspectors, and the commission has made to approve them, say to inspect, and then review, say the results of the inspections, and the reports in conjunction with the department and the Department of Justice and Public Safety.
We've delegated our authority under the Act to the
Just told it, and getting technical here, but we delegate some of that authority, or the authority under the Act, to Justice and Public Safety so that they can enforce it.
Merci. Alors, vous pouvez être aussi technical que vous voulez, moi ça ne me dérange pas. S'il y a quelque chose que je ne comprends pas, je ferai de la recherche pour m'assurer que je le comprends. Fait que, est-ce que vous avez un rôle dans l'inspection des abattoirs? Les abattoirs. Est-ce que vous avez un rôle dans l'inspection des abattoirs provinciaux?
That's the department. That's the department.
Yeah, that's the department's responsibility.
OK. Merci beaucoup. Bon, un sujet chéri, l'or quota. Donc, je voulais en parler un petit peu. J'avais des petites questions avant. Je suis bien débarrassé ça. J'avais juste 2-3 petites questions sur les informations financières. Vous nous donnez très gentiment obligatoirement là, le budget, vos dépenses. Je ne vois pas de revenus. Pouvez-vous nous confirmer comment est-ce que vous êtes, vos revenus viennent d'où?
Our revenue is all from the department.
Merci. Et donc, j'avais juste 2-3 petites questions. J'ai vu, dans un rapport, on parle de cotisations qui sont de 3 378 et là, l'autre, c'est 730. C'est comme un bon de cotisation. C'est-tu juste au niveau des cotisations? On parle-tu de les différents organismes fédéraux ou d'autres...
Yes, one of the expenditures is to the International Association of Milk Control Agencies, which is international with Canada, U.S., and say whatever. And also under membership dues and fees is the Law Society dues for our general manager.
OK, merci beaucoup. Puis l'autre, juste toute petite question que j'avais, c'est dans haute service. Ça me fait toujours grincher les dents, là, les hautes services. Il y en a un, c'est 71 $, de ce que je peux comprendre, mais là, ça saute à 11 500 $ une année. Qu'est-ce qui... Pas besoin d'être spécifique, là, juste qu'est-ce qui tombe dans haute service?
Okay.
I guess there's 2 points to make on that. The other services, unsure. So we will have to get back to you with an answer to that.
Remember, I do have to check. Sometimes during your questioning, questions come to some of the other members, so I have to make sure. And we're good to go, so you may soldier on.
Merci beaucoup. Là, je veux revenir à l'enfant chéri qui est le hors-quota. Le hors-quota qui est certainement, encore une fois, je réitère mon appui inconditionnel aux raisons historiques de la gestion de l'offre. Je souhaiterais que la gestion de l'offre serait encore aussi forte aujourd'hui qu'elle était à l'époque, lorsqu'on l'a mis en place. J'ai des problèmes avec là où il y a certains acteurs qui ont voulu amener la gestion de l'offre. Je pense que c'est des faux pas, des erreurs, dans le fond, qui transgressent la raison d'être de la gestion de l'offre. Et donc, pour cette raison, c'est pour ça que le hors-quota devient un sujet important, parce qu'on ne veut quand même pas limiter les producteurs qui font des productions qui sont différentes. C'est un sujet que j'ai apporté depuis 2018, depuis mon élection. J'ai vu deux ministres, trois ministres en fait, il y en a eu un qui n'a pas resté longtemps, mais j'ai vu 3 ministres de l'Agriculture depuis que je suis ici. C'était parmi mes questions de notre rencontre du 6 novembre 2019. Et lors de cette rencontre-là du 6 novembre 2019, vous m'aviez dit, il n'y a pas de problème, on va te rencontrer avec grand plaisir, envoie juste nous un courriel et tout ça. Et là, malheureusement, ça n'a pas arrivé. Le 6 novembre, la journée même, j'avais envoyé un courriel, puis j'ai demandé, puis j'avais spécifié, je pensais que c'était une bonne idée qu'on se rencontre avant Noël. Vous m'avez répondu le 6 novembre 2019. Absolument, il n'y a aucune raison que ça ne devrait pas pouvoir arriver. Malheureusement, là, j'ai dû faire un suivi le 23 janvier parce qu'on n'avait pas encore eu de rencontre. Vous m'avez répondu le 30 janvier pour dire qu'il y avait eu une rencontre entre les différentes associations. Mais le 3 février, j'ai répondu de nouveau en disant qu'on s'était dit qu'on allait se rencontrer. Et donc, je souhaitais toujours vous rencontrer pour parler des choses qu'on avait parlé en comité. Bon, la pandémie est arrivée ensuite. On blâme beaucoup de choses sur la pandémie. C'est probablement ça qu'on va faire, mais il reste que... il y avait des questions que j'avais posées en 2019 dont je n'ai pas encore les réponses. Et donc, j'ose espérer que malgré qu'on n'a pas eu la rencontre, que vous avez pu trouver ces réponses-là. Donc, ma première question, pour revenir dans les hasards du 6 novembre 2019, ça serait combien de poulets biologiques certifiés sont produits au Nouveau-Brunswick?
We don't keep a record of the number of organic chickens produced.
Okay.
It most likely would be a number that the chicken farmers in New Brunswick would keep.
Oui, ben, c'est ça. La dernière fois qu'on s'est rencontrés, vous m'aviez dit que vous seriez en mesure de trouver les réponses. J'avais juste besoin d'envoyer un courriel avec la liste de questions, puis on trouverait une réponse. C'est parce que c'est toujours ça qui arrive. Hein. Moi, je contacte quelqu'un, les autres me disent « va voir lui ». Là, ça fait depuis 2018 que je joue au ping-pong. Commence à être tanné. Est-ce que vous savez combien de poulets sans OGM sont produits au Nouveau-Brunswick?
No, I don't.
OK, merci. Et est-ce que vous savez combien de poulets sur pâturage sont produits au Nouveau-Brunswick?
No.
OK, merci. Donc, on est encore à la même place. Puis la raison pourquoi je pose ces questions-là, c'est parce que lorsqu'on parle du hors quota, c'est très important de prendre en compte ces genres de productions-là. C'est des productions qui ne sont pas faites. Moi, je peux vous dire, en fait, la réponse à ces questions-là. Vous ne pouvez pas, moi, je suis capable de le dire. C'est zéro. Il y a zéro poulet bio, sans OGM ou élevé sur pâturage qui est produit par les producteurs de poulets du Nouveau-Brunswick. Et donc, c'est un marché qui est en pleine expansion. Mais il n'y a personne qui peut faire une vie à élever 199 poules sur pâturage. Vous pouvez calculer comment le poulet il se vend. Ce n'est pas un gros revenu. Et donc, c'est un marché qu'on laisse complètement libre, des gens qui cherchent ces produits-là. Et donc, c'est pour ça l'importance du hors quota et de reviser le nombre du hors quota. C'est surtout pas pour s'attaquer à la gestion de l'offre, comme je l'ai dit. C'est juste que c'est devenu un cartel. C'est plus une gestion de l'offre dans le poulet au Nouveau-Brunswick. Il y a une entreprise qui appartient à 51 du quota. Ça, c'est à cause d'une décision que vous avez faite, la Commission. Ça, c'est pas les agriculteurs qui ont décidé ça, c'est vous autres. Et donc, absolument, la loi à l'époque était 10 de poulet. On n'avait pas le droit d'avoir plus que 10 de quota pour une ferme. La Commission a changé ça à 51 et donc, c'est pour ça que ça devient important de réfléchir au nombre du hors quota. Lorsqu'on s'était rencontrés la dernière fois, vous m'aviez dit que, bon, premièrement, que vous acceptiez de me rencontrer, ce qui n'est pas arrivé. Vous avez dit que vous alliez faire des démarches, de commencer ces discussions-là. Et donc, aujourd'hui, je demanderai une mise à jour. Qu'est-ce que vous avez fait depuis 2019 dans le dossier du hors quota? Il y a eu la réunion, je crois comprendre, du mois de janvier 2020 à peu près. Mais quoi d'autre qui a été fait depuis ce temps-là?
Yep. As you know, I believe, we brought all of the interested parties together. It would include the NFU, the Alliance, the department, and egg farmers, chicken farmers, and turkey farmers of New Brunswick. We brought them together for a meeting, which took place at the Fredericton Inn. That meeting cleared the air in many respects. And I think it helped establish a dialogue that was ongoing and may still be ongoing today. As I explained earlier, we had to step back after creating that introduction. And I mean, the simple reason is that what will flow from these conversations will be orders of specific boards. And we can't be involved in the makeup of those orders if we're an appeals body down the road to hear an appeal dealing with that specific order. So we felt that our purpose was specifically to bring everybody together. We successfully did that. We understand that progress has been made and continues to be made to a solution to this very difficult issue.
Et donc, après plus de 2 ans sans changement, ça serait-tu peut-être le temps de réorganiser une nouvelle rencontre pour assurer que le dialogue continue bel et bien? Sans s'en mêler. Mais je pense que dans votre mandat, c'est d'encourager la collaboration, la discussion. Donc, il y aurait peut-être lieu d'organiser une nouvelle rencontre, d'assurer que le dialogue est bel et bien se fait de façon continue.
Well, it's my understanding, based upon communications that I'm receiving from the boards, that exchange of information in those meetings continue. If there's a breakdown in dialogue, then perhaps we could, if we're asked, we could be involved again. But it's my understanding that progress is being made and continues to be made.
Mais rien n'a changé. Il n'y a pas de résultat.
Well, you said it earlier, the pandemic kind of stood in the way of any progress, from what I understand. Now that everybody's meeting again, there is progress being made, and from what I gather, they're very close to finding a solution to this.
OK. Bien, merci beaucoup. J'espère que on verra des résultats positifs. Je pense que, comme la dernière fois, je pense que j'ai fait le même commentaire, mais je pense que, avec tout le respect que je vous dois, vous sous-estimez ce que vous pouvez faire en tant que commission des produits de la ferme au Nouveau-Brunswick. Je pense que vous faites le minimum. Puis moi, je serais pour une commission des produits de ferme qui serait plus active, qui prendrait une place plus importante dans le sens où on a des grands défis en agriculture au Nouveau-Brunswick et on a besoin de tous les acteurs à la table de faire du mieux qu'ils peuvent. Et donc, je vous encourage de continuer à avancer dans ce sens-là. Et donc, merci beaucoup d'avoir venu aujourd'hui. Et puis, longue vie à l'agriculture néo-brunswickoise.
Thank you very much, member. Do we have any further questions? Seeing none, Mr. Shannon, I guess I'd pass it over to you for any closing comments you wish to make.
No, just thank you very much, as I said earlier, for the opportunity to come and appreciate the questions, and hopefully we've answered them the best we could, and try to. And yes, and I agree for the success of agriculture in New Brunswick, Mr. Arsenault. So thanks again.
Well, thank you very much, and thank you to your staff for helping you provide the answers here today. We really appreciate it. With that, this committee will stand adjourned until 9 a.m. tomorrow morning, when we will have Collège communautaire de Nouveau-Brunswick before us.